Reborn to sell stockings, letting the school Belle try them on. Reborn in high school, Meng Yu decides to stop being a simp and focus on making money. Little man, I've been craving you for so long, and today I finally get what I want. Do you prefer white stockings or black ones? Meng Yu, one black and one white. Starting a business and dating, the reborn Meng Yu makes up for all past regrets. Chapter 1, The Unfortunate Encounter. In 2015, Yuhua High School. In the narrow corridor behind the school cafeteria, four outside delinquents cornered a high school student against the wall, pushing him relentlessly. Hey, aren't you the one always trying to show off? I'll count to 3, and if you can run away, I'll let you go today. 1, 2, 3. Meng Yu was still in a daze and didn't move at all. The blonde thug grabbed him again, ruffling his hair. Given the chance, you're useless, huh? I gave you a chance, and look at you. Meng Yu's eyes were vacant as he scanned the surroundings, familiar yet strange buildings around him. Where is this? Wasn't I working overtime? Seeing the blonde thug made him even more confused. Gao Chiang? Why am I dreaming about this non-mainstream loser? Connecting the environment around him, Meng Yu remembered it all too well. It was the most embarrassing day of his school life. He recalled it vividly. It was an otherwise normal day. After the second period, during the long break, his beloved school beauty, Yu, was harassed by Gao Chiang and his gang. He stepped up to defend her. That resolved most of the issue at the time. 3 thugs beat him up while Gao Chiang continued to harass Yu. He thought the school beauty would be touched and accept him. However, after the third period, Yu found Meng Yu under the warm sunlight, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Thank you so much for last period, but we have a few days until the college entrance exams. Can we talk about this after the exams? I'm sorry. With a broken heart, Meng Yu found himself cornered again during lunch by Gao Chiang and his gang, receiving another beating. Heartbroken and scared, he didn't dare to speak to Yu again for the rest of his high school life. After graduation, he immediately left the class group chat and never heard any news about the school beauty again. That promise of "we'll talk after the exams" became distant and unreachable. Years later, he heard that the school beauty had already married. From then on, Meng Yu completely became a joker among cards, the wildest one in Gotham City. I was such a loser in high school. 10 years passed, and Meng Yu had come to terms with everything, even convinced that he was dreaming. He just wanted to confirm his current situation. He looked at the 4 thugs and sighed. Not only did I not dream of high school girls, but I also dreamt of that jerk Gao Chiang. I can't have died from overworking, right? According to the trope in novels, die and then be reborn. One of the thugs poked Gao Chiang. Brother Chiang, this kid just called you a jerk. Gao Chiang pointed at Meng Yu's nose. Kid, did you not get enough slap in the face? Meng Yu ignored the 4 of them, rubbed his head, and shook it. Shouldn't be. Rebirth is something only protagonists in novels experience. A loser like me can't be the protagonist. It must be that I'm too tired from the night shift. Brother Chiang, he even called himself a jerk. You two are even. Get lost. I didn't hit you, did I? Gao Chiang shot a glare at his underling. Then he grabbed Meng Yu by the collar. You like to talk back, huh? You're definitely going to get beat up today. Meng Yu seemed not to hear it and sighed again. If I sleep during the night shift, the admin department will fine me $50. I spent $50 to sleep, and not only didn't he dream of a beauty, but also dreamt of 4 losers. What a loss. Brother Chiang, is this kid's brain getting damaged from our beating? I'm talking to you. Before Gao Chiang could finish, Meng Yu slapped him across the face. It was like Meng Yu had become a different person. Slap. Still not done, huh? Acting so tough in your dad's dreams. He figured that a $50 fine was unavoidable, so he might as well take the chance to beat Gao Chiang once and fulfill a dream from his youth. All 4 of them were stunned, especially Gao Chiang, who covered his face in shock. The Meng Yu from the morning who was like a punching bag now dared to fight back. Wow, brother, he really hit you. The underling's eyes widened, forgetting to fight back. Someone in high school actually dared to hit Gao Chiang? I'm not just hitting. Meng Yu bent down to pick up a brick. I'm going to give him a big surprise. Gao Chiang, you love the school beauty, huh? He slammed the brick hard on Gao Chiang's head. The next second, Gao Qiang's screams filled the air. But Meng Yu was dazed, looking at the brick in his hand. Damn, the sensation in this dream feels so real. I'm not sleepwalking in reality, am I? Taking pictures of my boss. I need to think of a way to wake up quickly. Forget it. I've already hit him, what's wrong with hitting a couple more times? He lifted the brick and chased after them. The remaining 3 delinquents were so scared that they scattered like cockroaches, usually just using their dyed hair to intimidate high school students, but when faced with someone truly reckless, they ran faster than rabbits. Weren't you just acting tough? Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Meng Yu simply threw a brick. The second thug fell straight to the ground. Since this was just a dream, Meng Yu couldn't care less about their fate. He picked up another brick and chased after the third one. And your name is Liang Dao. You enjoyed beating me up 10 years ago, didn't you? The remaining Liang Dao and the other thug ran like rabbits, disappearing around a corner. After running a short distance, Meng Yu was out of breath, standing there panting heavily, bent over and clutching his stomach. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. After I wake up, I have to make sure to stick to my running routine. If I'm weak in real life, how can I be weak in a dream? He pointed far away at the 2 fleeing thugs. If you have guts, don't run. The 2 small thugs definitely didn't listen to him and ran faster than anyone else. Meng Yu couldn't catch up, so he found a tree to sit under and rest. Feeling immensely frustrated, he thought, why am I so weak even in a dream? This is ridiculous. He tried to think of a way to wake himself up and slapped his face a few times, but it was utterly useless. Looking around, he had no clues. Finally, his gaze landed on a tree nearby. Maybe I should just run into the tree. I need to wake up quickly, it's probably almost dawn in reality. He would never believe that a rebirth would happen in real life. There was no faster method. With a little run-up, he crashed into the tree. Thud. The old tree, freshly trimmed, swayed slightly from the impact. A few seconds later, Meng Yu crouched on the ground, holding his head and groaning in pain. Why does it hurt so much in a dream? I can't be sleepwalking, right? Wait, if it hurts this much and I'm still not awake. Meng Yu felt both pain and urgency. Cursing under his breath, if I become the principal, I'll deal with you first. He looked around and decided to seek another route. Huh? What's this? A thick tree branch, sort of but not completely detached, came crashing down. The blunt end hit him right on the head. Meng Yu's vision went dark, and he collapsed. In his mind, he murmured, I'll never curse old trees again. How can a dream feel so real? It hurts so much. In his dazed state, he vaguely saw Liang Dao and the others returning, armed with wooden sticks. Seeing Meng Yu's condition, they dropped their sticks and panicked, shouting. Are someone hurt? Call for help. He lost track of time. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by white walls, and the Red Cross made Meng Yu realize he was in a hospital bed. Beside him stood 3 people, his parents, Meng Mingliang and Zhao Caixia, along with his old class teacher, Wan Hongwei. Another continuous dream. Dad, Mom? Meng Yu spoke weakly. Son. Zhao Caixia rushed over and hugged Meng Yu tightly. Meng Mingliang quickly approached as well. Genius, you finally woke up. You almost scared your dad to death. Doctor. Doctor. Before long, a primary care physician entered and conducted an examination on Meng Yu. Finally, he concluded that there was no serious issue, just a mild concussion, and a few days of rest would cure him. Genius, are you really okay? Does your head still hurt? Meng Mingliang asked with concern. Meng Yu didn't respond, just stared at his father with reddened eyes. Ever since his father passed away from a work-related accident 2 years after Meng Yu graduated from university, he hadn't dreamt of him again. This dream was nice. I dreamt of old Meng, and he actually hugged me. It's been so long since I was held by him. Old Meng's touch felt so real. I can't be reborn, can I? If not, when will I wake up? I still need to earn money and pay my mortgage. Meng Yu sighed lightly. If I really could be reborn, that would be great. This life has been such a waste. 7 or 8,000 a month, and I can't even afford to marry a wife. If I could live once more, I would live freely without caring about others' opinions, work hard to earn money, and give it my all. Old Meng, if I become rich enough, you won't have to work anymore. You definitely could avoid that calamity, and I can make you a rich second generation, buy you a Mercedes E-Class, and let you go fishing every day. The more Meng Yu thought, the more emotional he became. In the past, the scenes I dreamed of were all hazy, like I had eaten too many poisonous mushrooms. Why is this one so clear and so real? Could it be that I really overworked myself last night and died, then got reborn? Meng Yu pinched Meng Mingliang's face, the prickly beard giving him a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Genius, why are you pinching my handsome face? I need to test something. Meng Yu sat up and looked at Meng Mingliang. Dad, slap me. The three people in the hospital room looked completely baffled. Genius, what are you saying? Meng Mingliang hurriedly hugged his son. How could I bear to hit you? I wouldn't even hit myself. Dad, please just do it. I would never do something like that. Behind the clock in the living room, you stuck a few $100 of secret stash with tape. Unfilial son. Smack. Meng Mingliang swung his arm. The fiery pain made Meng Yu feel alive, as if he had just been jolted awake. Not a dream, I'm really reborn. Chapter 2, Black Stockings on the Podium. First, he encountered a critical question: why was he reborn? The answer was simple: it was highly likely that life had been too miserable, and heaven couldn't bear to watch. Or perhaps every departed soul gets a chance to return, perfect their life, and then ascend to become a deity. The urgent task was to consider ways to make money. He couldn't waste time in the hospital. Meng Yu repeatedly assured his parents that he was fine, and with the excuse of the upcoming college entrance exam, they finally agreed to discharge him. First, he had to go to the police station to make a statement. Gao Qiang and his three accomplices were caught, and the police determined that Meng Yu's injury was caused by a wooden stick, which had Liang Dao's fingerprints on it. Without hesitation, Meng Yu chose to forgive them. The reason was simple: having been reborn, his priority was to earn enough money before old Meng's accident. If Gao Qiang went to prison, it would complicate things for a trivial matter. After all, he had cracked Gao Qiang's head with a brick, while his injury was from being hit by a branch, so he was in the wrong. What if Gao Qiang held a grudge after serving a year and decided to do something drastic upon his return? There's a saying among adults: leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. His parents left for work in the afternoon, and Wang Hongwei had already gone back to school. As Meng Yu was also planning to return to school, Gao Qiang and his group emerged, with Gao Qiang's head wrapped in bandages. Meng Yu glanced at him and intended to turn away. But Gao Qiang called him back, slowly approaching and offering a cigarette. Meng Yu took it and put it in his mouth. What, are you going to hit me again? Gao Qiang lit it for him. He pursed his lips and said, the police told me that if you didn't press charges, we'd avoid jail time. With the fingerprints, they could charge us with intentional injury, possibly a year and a half, worst case, 15 days in detention. Gao Qiang looked down. And then? Meng Yu squinted, taking a puff that made him cough. His new lungs couldn't handle the smoke, but the old smoker in him felt like something was missing without it. Gao Qiang continued, I don't care, but if I go in, no one will take care of my grandma. What about your parents? Meng Yu asked nonchalantly. They died when I was young, in a car accident. Meng Yu suddenly fell silent. Both sides were quiet. After a moment, Gao Qiang spoke first. About that girl from your class, I didn't mean to pursue her. I was just bored wandering around your school and happened to bump into you, which led to the conflict. Sorry for embarrassing you, brother. Meng Yu waved his hand dismissively. Gao Qiang stubbed out the cigarette and took a deep breath. A while back, a friend of mine got into a fight and was reported he got a year. Brother, you can repay kindness with kindness. You're a person of worth. I owe you a big favor. After pondering for a few seconds, Gao Qiang added, by the way, we didn't actually plan to hit you during lunch. What do you mean? Meng Yu raised an eyebrow. After we fought you in the morning, a kid from your class came to me and offered $50 for us to hit you again at noon, Gao Qiang said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Then he turned serious. You must have offended someone. From now on, I'll pick you up after school. Meng Yu was stunned. That's unnecessary. I can handle things at school. I'm informing you, not asking. If you annoy me, I'll keep my brothers at a distance and leave, Gao Qiang said, then limped away with his three friends. Watching them leave made Meng Yu feel a pang of sadness. As for someone trying to sabotage him, he pushed that thought aside. His priority was to make money. Why quarrel with high school kids? At 4 in the afternoon, Meng Yu returned to the classroom. It was just the break between the third period and the next. The hallway was bustling with noise. During break time in adolescence, silence felt unnatural. Boys fought each other to attract attention from crushes, while girls gathered to chat and giggle, occasionally sneaking glances at their crushes. This was the essence of youth. Through the window, Meng Yu sighed at how wonderful youth was. Suddenly, he felt a pair of soft little hands wrap around his waist from behind. In confusion, he glanced at the hands and noticed the blue veins, gasping as he jumped away. Who the hell is the pervert? Turning around, he saw a chubby guy adjusting his glasses, looking concerned. Old Meng, I knew it was you from the moment I saw your butt. Are you alright? Guodong. Meng Yu was surprised, and the anger he felt vanished instantly. He recognized his good buddy and desk mate from senior year. Rubbing his backside, he said grumpily, your way of greeting is quite unique. I just got discharged. What could be wrong with me? Really? Old class head said at noon that you got hit in the head. Don't play tough, let me see, Guodong said, brushing aside Meng Yu's hair to check the injury with concern. Get lost, get lost. After not seeing you for years, have you turned gay? Meng Yu pushed Guodong away, preparing to return to the classroom. Years? Has your head really been damaged? We had lunch together just the other day. Hey, I told you before, feminine charm is a disaster. Yet you still shamelessly pursued her. Guodong rambled on as they walked. At least it's not a total loss. Even though the school beauty rejected me, at least I've got a bump on my head. Damn you. Meng Yu glared back at him. People say guys like you get beaten up. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Though you did hit the nail on the head. You really is a disaster. She'll just slow down my earning speed. Let us not mention her anymore. Noticing that Guodong suddenly stopped walking, Meng Yu turned around and saw Guodong staring ahead nervously. Turning back, a stunning figure appeared out of nowhere, glaring at Meng Yu with resentment. With a delicate nose and brown eyes, a cherry-red mouth, her features sculpted like white jade, and long, slender legs beneath a short skirt, she was indeed a porcelain doll, beautiful. But when she spoke, it was icy. Meng Yu, is it amusing to slander people behind their backs? You're Yu? Meng Yu's mind raced, quickly recalling that this was the girl he had been infatuated with for 3 years. You've chased me for 3 years, and now you act like you don't know me? Yu was so angry she laughed. How childish. I was going to never mind. Here, this is for you, consider it a reward for helping me. We're even now. She shoved a box of chocolates into Meng Yu's hands and stormed off angrily. TSK. Guodong walked up to Meng Yu. What's with the act? You're still pretending not to know her? What she said is right, you're childish. Whose side are you on? Meng Yu asked irritably. Of course, I'm on your side. Let us see. Wow, imported chocolate. This must be good. Guodong rubbed his chin. Meng Yu furrowed his brow. In his previous life, it seemed Yu never gave him chocolates. Could it be that after being hospitalized post-rebirth, the school beauty felt guilty, causing the event to change? He shook his head. Whether it changed or not had nothing to do with him. The girl he had chased for 3 years and couldn't have now, he really didn't care. He turned and handed the chocolates to Guodong. Here, take it. Damn? Really? You're so generous. On the other side, as Yu returned to her seat, her anger grew. What the hell? When I didn't give Meng Yu anything before, he was all warm and enthusiastic. Today, I gave him something, and he pretended not to know me. But then she remembered that Meng Yu had been beaten up for her sake and couldn't help but softly rebut herself. That's not fair. Maybe Meng Yu was just embarrassed. I really went too far today. Getting beaten in public is humiliating enough, and I still rejected him. Actually, Meng Yu is quite good, at least he's very responsible. Forget it, I'll wait until after the college entrance exams to deal with it. As the school bell rang, the students flooded into the classroom. As soon as he sat down, Meng Yu sensed unfriendly gazes. In the second row, a skinny guy in Adidas with a middle part was glaring at him with a cold expression. Zhang Hongbor is starting trouble again, Guodong whispered, shoving the chocolate into his desk. If he finds out the school beauty gave you chocolate, he'll definitely cause you more trouble. Zhang Hongbor? Meng Yu searched his memory for information about this person. His family had some money. He heard they owned a chemical factory. He was average academically but a troublemaker at school, skilled in smoking and drinking. Many naive younger girls had a crush on this slightly rebellious boy. He had already dated 3 girls from school. Later, Zhang Hongbor pursued Yu Siyu. Because of their rivalry, Meng Yu had often been embarrassed in public. He wasn't he tall. Could Jiao Qiang have been talking about him? Seeing that Zhang Hongbor was still staring at him, Meng Yu took a piece of chocolate from Guodong's desk. He expressionlessly chewed it in front of Zhang Hongbor. As expected, Zhang Hongbor gritted his teeth in anger. Meng Yu couldn't be bothered to look at him again, shifting his gaze back to focus on the current situation. Flipping through his books, he relied on the knowledge still in his mind. Even though he didn't have a system like in novels after his rebirth, the memories of his previous life remained. What he knew, he still knew. What he didn't he still didn't He wasn't worried about the college entrance exam. Just like in his previous life, he only needed to aim for an average second-tier university. The key issue now was how to make money. He hadn't watched the World Cup, never bought a lottery ticket, and the houses in his county hadn't been demolished. Damn, I'm such a loser. Meng Yu felt depressed. Well, it's not all bad. At least I'm a top-tier hustler. I'm involved in short video operations, writing scripts, shooting materials, and editing. I'm proficient in all 3. I can even manage hosts and do live streaming. A true hustler. I can do what I'm good at, short video operations, promoting products through short video platforms for sales, which is known as live commerce. But in 2015, there's no Douyin, only Kuaishou, where most content is silly guys sticking out their tongues, and very few use it for commercial promotion. Sigh, at least it's a platform for information dissemination. Let us choose some products first. To see quick profits, the products must be in high demand, controversial, and eye-catching, and they should also cater to a niche market. Meng Yu scratched his head vigorously. The English teacher lecturing thought Meng Yu was pondering the problem and looked on with satisfaction. Meng Yu happened to glance up and made eye contact with her, his gaze automatically scanning down to her black stockings beneath a short black skirt. He paused his gaze. As the old saying goes, in the dying moments, one sits up in shock. Black stockings can cure ailments. What if he sold black stockings? Controversial and eye-catching, by 2024, black stockings would be as common as socks, but in 2015, they were still quite niche. The key was that he knew a method to double the selling price. Wow, good stuff. I love black stockings. Hey, where's CUS chocolate? Give it to me. A voice he found annoying suddenly interrupted. Chapter 3. A man's mouth is a lie. Looking at Zhang Hongbor with a look of disdain, Meng Yu then realized that the get out of class had ended unknowingly while he was thinking. Zhang Hongbor, that was given to Meng Yu by Yu Siyu, what does it have to do with you? Guodong on the side said vigilantly. Give it, I think it was stolen. Zhang Hongbor smiled playfully at Meng Yu. I saw Siyu bring this box of chocolates with my own eyes this morning. How could Siyu give it to you? Hey, everyone come and see. Meng Yu from our class, why does he have to learn to steal things? For a moment, everyone's attention was focused. Meng Yu was too lazy to argue with him and didn't want to pay attention to him at all, but he didn't want to be labeled a thief in case he became a big shot and his dark history was dug out. Stealing things in high school. Who would dare to cooperate with him in business? He quickly made a decision in his mind, smiled calmly and asked, don't you believe that this was given by Yu Siyu? Zhang Hongbor sneered and turned to sit on Meng Yu's desk. You can fool others, but don't fool yourself. Siyu didn't even give it to me, how could she give it to you? Yu Siyu. Meng Yu shouted loudly. This scene made everyone stunned. Zhang Hongbor was also stunned. They vaguely remembered, in the past, Meng Yu and Yu Siyu would shyly hide in the drawer when they looked at each other. Yu Siyu had noticed this situation a long time ago, and the words just now made her feel a little disgusted with Zhang Hongbor, who was already indifferent. Zhang Hongbor, don't talk nonsense. Meng Yu didn't steal it. I gave it to him. Did you hear that? Meng Yu smiled at Zhang Hongbor calmly, and then took the opportunity to pull Yu Siyu to his side. Siyu, sit next to me, thank you for your chocolate, it's so sweet. I licked it for 3 years in my previous life, and didn't touch it once. Now I'm reborn, it's not too much to take back some interest, right? What are you doing? Yu Siyu gently shook off Meng Yu's hand. her pretty face slightly red. Thank me for what? I said it was a reward for you, to thank you for helping me drive away the bad guys this morning, but don't misunderstand, it's just a thank you, nothing else. Zhang Hongbor on the side gritted his teeth in anger. I didn't say anything, there's no need to explain. Meng Yu's smile became even bigger, and he took the initiative to pull Yusu's little hand and rubbed it gently. What are you doing? Yusu shyly shook it off. Zhang Hongbor scratched his head anxiously. Meng Yu, you hooligan, don't touch Siyu. Meng Yu's hand was thrown away by inertia, so he accidentally hit his head. He thought about it and immediately turned on the movie star mode, holding his head and lying on the desk. Hiss. Yusu was at a loss. What's wrong with you? Dizzy, maybe it's the sequelae of the concussion caused by the bad guys at noon. Concussion, are you okay? Let me massage it for you. Yusu hurriedly tiptoed to help Meng Yu massage, blaming herself to death. Does it still hurt? It's still a little bit up, ouch. Meng Yu pretended to be in pain and squinted his eyes to look at Zhang Hongbor. Zhang Hongbor's face had already turned blue with anger. Meng Yu, you fucking. Zhang Hongbor, what else do you want to do? Yusu asked sternly. Meng Yu is already like this. Why do you still want to bully him? If you have the guts, come at me. Zhang Hongbor was stunned. See you. I don't want to see you, go away. Yusu's chest was heaving with anger. Zhang Hongbor was stunned for a long time, as if he could hear the sound of his heart breaking. He glared at Meng Yu viciously and returned to his seat angrily. Baby, don't stop, it's much better after you rub it for me. Meng Yu pulled Yusu to face him. Yusu turned from anger to shame, her pretty face blushed. Don't scream. She scolded him, but her hands gently massaged him a few times honestly. At this moment, Meng Yu became the object of envy of all the men in the class. The bell for preparation rang. Yusu quickly let go of her hand. It's almost time for class. I'll help you after school. Before leaving, she rubbed Meng Yu's head, then quickly returned to her seat and lay on the table. Her fair neck was red because of shyness. Thinking of the scene just now, my heart couldn't help but beat. Meng Yu just now was so direct, it felt like a different person, so domineering. But it felt pretty good, much better than before when he was shy. The little head was also soft, and it was comfortable to rub it, and he called me baby. Took a sneaky look. It seemed a little pleasing to the eye. No, Yusu, what are you thinking about? Meng Yu said you were a beauty in the last class. Meng Yu is a complete bad guy. But, it was obviously me who rejected him first. I was wrong. What was wrong with me? He was wrong? I couldn't be wrong. Oh, what am I thinking about? Yusu, don't think about it. After school, I will talk to him alone and see what Meng Yu's attitude is. After the ideological struggle, Yusu turned back and secretly glanced at Meng Yu, and quickly retracted her gaze. Meng Yu saw all the little actions that she thought were perfect. TSK, my vision was really good back then, and the little hands are so tender. Well, after enjoying it, I have to think about how to make money. First, make money. When I have money, what kind of woman can I not find? Besides, I have to save my father. The class is about to start, and the students are returning to their seats one after another. Zhang Hongbor came over again, with a gloomy face and a low voice. Wait, after school, you didn't get beaten in the morning, right? My brother is on vacation, and I won't let you leave today. After that, he turned and left. Meng Yu was ashamed. What a stupid young man. It's over. Wudong was originally enjoying watching the excitement, but Zhang Hongbor brought him back to reality with a word. Zhang Hongbor's brother is 1 year older than us. It's because of him that he can walk all over the school. As far as I know, there are several big brothers in Guangming Internet Cafe on Yucai Street. Zhang Hongbor's brother knows several of them. Then what? Meng Yu casually took out his homework book and prepared to write a plan for his business. Damn. I saw Zhang Hongbor sending QQ messages under the table just now. Damn, it's over. Zhang Hongbor was so anxious that it seemed that he was the one who was going to be beaten. Meng Yu was only focused on his own business empire. He was beaten if he was beaten. It just so happened that the business plan was still short of startup capital. If Zhang Hongbor was really too much, he wouldn't mind starting a business while pursuing a school beauty. It was a convenient thing. By the way, the stockings have been decided. The key is who to let try them on. One part of his plan also requires someone to try on the stockings and take some real, lifelike photos as product pictures. TSK. Throughout the class, Reborn was more anxious than Meng Yu, and his mind was full of the scene of Meng Yu being beaten. The ringing of the bell scared him. He immediately picked up his school bag and ran with Meng Yu. "What are you doing?" Meng Yu asked lazily. "What else can you do?" "Run," Reborn urged anxiously. In the second row, Zhang Hongbo glared at the two of them, raised the QQ chat interface on his phone, picked up his school bag and hurried to the school gate. He wanted to arrive first to intercept Meng Yu. "You go first, I have something to do." Meng Yu picked up the business plan he wrote in class and read it again and again. "It's so late, you're still studying, run," Reborn urged anxiously. Meng Yu was really impatient. "Why don't you go first? Let's run separately and blend into the crowd. Maybe we can slip out. The two of us are too conspicuous together and will definitely be caught." Seeing that Meng Yu finally took this matter seriously, Reborn was relieved a little. "That makes sense, then you hurry up and report home." After that, he hurried away. Meng Yu then sat down again, turned on the ZTE smartphone that was given to him when he recharged his internet fee at home, and searched for the nearest knitting factory. Finally, he locked onto a knitting factory in the north of the city, Yang's Knitting Factory. Meng Yu was deeply impressed by this factory because it closed down in 2017, on the eve of Douyin's popularity. Meng Yu, who later became a short video operator, also lamented that the factory was born at the wrong time. If he persisted for another year, the factory director would play Douyin more often and produce whatever the borderline girls wore. Although he would not make a fortune, he would definitely not go bankrupt. If he had some ambition to create another brand, acquire similar underwear factories, and make some sexy products, TSK. The guy from Guanyin County in the neighboring province led the whole village to produce underwear, with an annual profit of tens of millions. "You are lucky to have met me, Meng Yu." As for who will try on the stockings, that is, the model of the stockings, it is still a headache for Meng Yu, but he decided to go to the factory first. "Let's go." Most of the classmates in the class have left, and only one person is left. Meng Yu did not notice that person is the school beauty Yu. From just now, Yu has been peeking at him. Seeing that Meng Yu has not left, she murmured in her heart. "Is he waiting for me?" Thinking of this, Yu smiled sweetly. As expected, saying that I am a beauty is a disaster is just angry words. I still like me in my heart, men's mouths are lies. If you like it, just say it directly, why do you have to be stubborn? I will tell him later that I am not completely indifferent to him, and see how he reacts. He will definitely be happy to go crazy. Seeing Meng Yu stand up, Yu hurriedly picked up the pink backpack and walked away in small steps. "Meng Yu, are you free? I want to chat with you for a few words." "No, let's talk tomorrow." After saying that, Meng Yu turned and left. Only the school beauty was left in a mess. Chapter for Meng Yu: I will never talk to you again. Meng Yu. Yu's emotions, which had been brewing for a long time, broke down instantly. Meng Yu was a little impatient, glanced at the time, and hurriedly put down his school bag. "You want to give me a massage, right? Then try to be as fast as possible. Go to hell." Yu turned around and was about to leave in anger. But when she thought of Meng Yu's help to her today, she turned back and decided to forgive Meng Yu again. But she felt very aggrieved in her heart. "Why are you so cold to me suddenly? You were not like this before." Meng Yu frowned slightly and looked her up and down. "You have rejected me, what else can I do?" Yu stared with wide eyes. "Is there no chance at all after being rejected?" Meng Yu widened his eyes. "Listen, are you talking like a human being? I really have something to do today, can we talk about it tomorrow?" "Meng Yu, if you can't explain it clearly today, you are not allowed to leave." Meng Yu had a headache. He understood that with Yu's personality, if he couldn't explain it clearly today, the other party would definitely not let him leave. He simply put down his school bag. "Okay, let's sort it out. I pursued you before, right?" Yu nodded, but still held her chin high. "I pursued you for 3 whole years." Yu nodded again, but her expression was a little unnatural. "Then you rejected me and said you didn't want to fall in love before college, right? Well, then what?" Meng Yu clapped his hands and spread them. You already rejected me, so where is the then? I did like you before. But you rejected me, and now I don't want to pursue you, do you understand? Be good, go home first, and we'll talk tomorrow if there's anything, pat on the head. After that, Meng Yu was about to leave again. Meng Yu. Yu's pretty face flushed, and she was so anxious that she seemed to cry in the next second. Meng Yu sighed, what's wrong again? You don't like me, why did you call me baby in the last class? I said I didn't want to fall in love before college, but the college entrance examination is in a few days. Then what? Meng Yu picked up his school bag. Then. Yu's eyes were spinning with anxiety. Meng Yu saw that the get out of class had been over for more than 10 minutes, and he was more anxious than her. If you can't tell me tomorrow. I really have something to do. Be good and pat my head. After that, he took his bag and ran away. Meng Yu, you bastard. Yu's chest was heaving with anger. Looking at Meng Yu's back as he left, she murmured aggrievedly, I want to say that the college entrance examination is just a few days away. After the college entrance examination, we will graduate from high school. I can consider trying with you. Click. Tears burst out from both sides. Realizing her own loss of composure, Yu hurriedly wiped away her tears, looked around, and made sure that she was the only one left in the classroom. She was slightly relieved in her heart, but she became even more angry when she looked at the direction where Meng Yu left. Meng Yu, I will never talk to you again. At the same time, Meng Yu had already walked to the school gate on the other side. Thinking about the route to Yang's textile factory in his mind. He completely forgot the harsh words Zhang Hongbor had said. There, catch him. When he was about to reach the school gate, a familiar scolding suddenly came. Meng Yu raised his head. He found Zhang Hongbor rushing over like crazy, and next to him, there was a fat man about 1.8 meters tall. TSK, how could I forget about Zhang Hongbor? I hope I don't waste too much time. He looked further away, and at the intersection across the road from the school, for familiar figures were staring at this place. The yellow hair fluttering in the wind was very eye-catching. Gao Chiang? Meng Yu was surprised. Fulfill the promise and pick me up after school? I thought he was just talking casually, but he really came. Seeing that Gao Chiang also discovered the situation here, the four people were about to rush over. Meng Yu hurriedly shook his head and blinked at them, signaling them not to come over. Although Gao Chiang was puzzled, he still chose to stop and stared at Meng Yu's movements. Meng Yu was relieved, thinking, the money that was delivered to the door almost made Xiao Qiang do something bad. I will blackmail him later and I will have the starting capital. Compared with other Rebirth novel protagonists, although it is a bit low, the money that is delivered to the door should not be missed. Zhang Hongbor's vigilant voice came to his ears, drag him to the alley as well. There are many people here. The teacher will come out soon. Also, Meng Yu was stunned for a moment, why should he use it? Zhang Hongbor carried Meng Yu and blew his middle-parted hair while walking, and smiled playfully. Boy, you are quite good at it. Put a bait out first to confuse people. Meng Yu frowned, what do you mean? Puff, still pretending? Guodong almost let me kill him. Guodong. Meng Yu frowned and struggled hurriedly. Still pretending? You will see your good brother soon. As he spoke, he was dragged into the alley by Zhang Hongbor and the fat man. Meng Yu hurriedly looked around anxiously and found that Guodong was being held by two men with middle-parted hair. Brother. Seeing Meng Yu, he was anxious to speak, but because of fear, he closed his mouth, tears flowed down his cheeks, and his face was obviously swollen. This scene made Meng Yu lose his composure for the first time after his rebirth. He originally thought that Zhang Hongbor would not embarrass Guodong, so he let Guodong go first. Unexpectedly, his actions hurt his brothers. Two gangsters with cigarettes appeared at the back of the alley, blocking the only way out. Zhang Hongbor walked up to Guodong, grabbed his hair and looked at Meng Yu with a smile. Guodong, thank Meng Yu very much. If it weren't for him, you really wouldn't have a good time. Meng Yu, you are such a beast. Guodong is such an honest child, and you let him take a beating for you. Are you still a human being? Although he was extremely angry, there was not much expression on his face, just clenched his fists. The fat man slapped Meng Yu on the back of his head. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Meng Yu turned his head and glanced at the fat man indifferently. He had seen this person before. He was in the senior year of the previous year, and he was the brother mentioned by John Hombor. Come here, kneel down and apologize. John Hombor also crossed his arms and looked arrogant. Meng Yu walked in front of John Hombor, looked down at the 1.7-meter tall John Hombor, and asked, "Who hit Guodong just now?" Without waiting for John Hombor to speak, the fat man behind Meng Yu said, stretched out 2 index fingers, made an 11 gesture, and grinned. "I hit him, a total of 11 slaps, 6 on the left and 5 on the right." Meng Yu nodded slightly. The next second, he suddenly raised his leg and hit John Hombor's knee. "R!" The miserable scream echoed in the alley. It took a few seconds for the fat man to react, and he rushed forward with a raw, "Fuck him." The 2 middle-parted men also let go of Guodong and rushed towards Meng Yu together. At this moment, a brick flew in, hit the wall, and instantly turned into rubble. The huge noise startled the 5 people and they looked back. At the entrance of the alley, Gao Qiong shook his yellow bangs and walked slowly with his 3 younger brothers. "Are you okay, Xiao Meng?" Liang Dao, who was beside him, so the fat man, was stunned for a moment, and then walked forward in surprise. "Hey! Zhang Hongxue." Then he slapped the fat man in the face. "Long time no see." The fat man covered his face, did not dare to resist, and his face was full of horror. Chapter 5: The woman driving a BRZ. Gao Qiong's other red-haired younger brother, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walked towards the 2 men with short hair, stretched out his hands and gently patted their faces, grinning. "Brother Qiong, we are all acquaintances. Aren't these 2 guys the 2 network administrators of Guangming Internet Cafe? You shaved your head like a boiled egg, and you are pretending to be a gangster, right? Speak. Haven't I beaten you 2 for several days?" He pressed the short hair of the 2 men and fiddled with it back and forth. Gao Qiong glanced at the 2 men with short hair and went straight to Meng Yu. "Are you not injured?" Meng Yu shook his head and hurried to check Guodong's injuries. Finding that Guodong was only slapped a few times, he felt a little relieved and patted Guodong's shoulder gently. "I'm sorry, brother." Guodong had not recovered from the shock and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Brother Meng, they..." Gao Qiong lit a cigarette, raised his chin towards Guodong, expressionless. "Don't be afraid, brother, we are one family. Meng Yu, you decide how to deal with these guys. It's better to hold them together and don't hurt them." Meng Yu nodded, took a deep breath, turned around and patted Guodong beside him. "Go, give that fat guy 2 slaps to teach him a lesson." Guodong lowered his head and whispered, "Why don't we just forget it? We are all classmates. We will see each other sooner or later. You look like a coward." Meng Yu rolled his eyes. "Forget how they bullied you just now." Guodong still didn't move. Meng Yu sighed and could only turn to Gao Qiong for help. "Qiong, my brother is too honest. That fat guy Zhang Hongxue slapped my brother 11 times. I have to trouble you to help me get it back." "Did he hit you?" Gao Qiong asked. Meng Yu shook his head. "I don't care, just help my brother get it back. I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first. Don't make a big fuss. I'll treat my brothers to dinner another day." Gao Qiong stomped out his cigarette butt and nodded slightly. "I understand. Hey, Xiao Meng." Gao Qiong called Meng Yu as if he had found a surprise, and then walked quickly to John Hombor's side, patted his head gently and smiled. "It was this kid who gave me money at noon and asked me to beat you up." John Hombor immediately squatted down honestly and lowered his head, terrified, and dared not look at Meng Yu. "How to deal with it? You tell me." Meng Yu was in a hurry to leave, waved his hand and said casually to Gao Qiong, "You can do it." He and Gao Qiong exchanged phone numbers and walked out of the alley. Guodong finally had a chance and asked timidly, "Brother Meng, what's going on? How did you get to know that yellow-haired guy?" Meng Yu shook his head. "Let's talk about it when we have a chance. I have something else to do. You should go home quickly. Forget it. When you get to the door later, sit on the roadside for a while. Don't let your mother see that your face is swollen. Okay." After explaining, Meng Yu trotted to the roadside, scanned a shared bicycle and left quickly. "Just now, I wasted half an hour. It's almost 7 o'clock now. I don't know if Yang's knitting factory has finished. Get off work." Before going to the knitting factory, I have to go back home first. 1302, Unit 1, Building 1, Xingfuli, opened the door. Seeing the familiar layout of the house, Meng Yu took a deep breath. Old dining table benches, tacky patent floors, and half a bottle of Huangai Bofen that his father drank on the wine cabinet. Since he started working, he can only come back during the holidays with only one day off. When he gets home, he has to count the days because he has to go to the city where he works one day in advance. Calculated, the time spent at home in a year is less than 1 month. Meng Yu picked up the yellow-capped glass of Fenju and looked at it carefully. He sighed lightly. Dad, when my son grows up, I will definitely send you to a rehabilitation center first. Alcohol is harmful to the body, drink less. After a brief sigh, Meng Yu looked at the old clock on the wall of the living room. Pulled a stool, climbed up skillfully to take it down, and 600 yuan was indeed stuck behind it. In the last life, it was only when my mother changed the watch that she discovered the mystery. It was too long ago that he could not remember it clearly. I just vaguely remembered that night, the wind and clouds were surging. Dad, I'll use the money first, and I'll pay you back when I have money. Don't say, it's hidden really well. Putting the money in his pocket, Meng Yu turned on the navigation and quickly rushed to the knitting factory. He rode very fast. It took more than 10 minutes to arrive after a half-hour journey. On the way, Meng Yu also bought a pack of homely group. Cigarettes build bridges and wine paves their way. It's better to have cigarettes than no cigarettes when you come to buy goods for the first time. It's only 14 yuan now. In a few years, you can sell it for 22 yuan. Meng Yu sighed while holding the bonus group. Hey, whose child are you? The workers have all gone off work. The old man at the factory gate stopped Meng Yu. Meng Yu said politely, Uncle, I'm here to buy some goods. The factory is very small, at most 2 or 3 acres, with 2 textile workshops, a packaging workshop, and 2 small bungalows, which should be the factory director's office. According to Meng Yu's impression, this factory has at most 20 to 30 workers. The old man took the bonus group handed over by Meng Yu, clicked it, smacked his lips, and his attitude became better. Young man, you have found the right place. The factory is selling things at a low price recently, but I suggest you wait. What's wrong? The factory director is not here. Meng Yu asked in confusion. The old man took a big sip and pointed to the bungalow. Judging from the direction, it should be the factory director's office. Someone is here to collect debts. There's a big fight going on inside. This factory owes a lot of money. Otherwise, why would they sell it at a low price? The factory manager is waiting for the money back. TSK, business is not good now. Meng Yu sympathized, but secretly felt lucky that he had found the right place. He didn't have much startup capital, so he saved as much as possible. It was obviously the right choice to come here. Seeing that the old man had finished his cigarette, Meng Yu hurriedly handed him another one. Uncle, let me ask you something. If you want to buy goods from our factory, who should you contact? Who else should I contact? The factory director. The uncle muttered with a cigarette in his mouth. There are only about 20 workers in the whole factory, including me. How can it be so formal and require contact? Besides, we don't sell goods on weekdays. Many of the surrounding shopping malls and clothing stores are old customers here, and people who run online stores come to the factory to buy goods. Meng Yu was in a dilemma. He was a little anxious when he heard the quarrels and debt collection inside. He had to get things done today. The money-making business could not be delayed. Bang! The sound of a door slamming attracted Meng Yu's attention. The door of the office in the bungalow not far away was slammed shut. The distance was a little far, and Meng Yu squinted his eyes and couldn't see clearly. He just vaguely saw a tall and slender woman slamming the door and walking towards the factory angrily. Half a minute later, a blue sports car drove out of the factory. Meng Yu held a cigarette in his mouth, watching the blue sports car approaching, and sighed in his heart. Subaru BRZ, a classic work of JDM, a drifting artifact, really tasteful. In his previous life, he had no hobbies, he just liked to watch short videos about cars, study various cars, and fantasize about driving one himself one day. The short video of luxury cars is accompanied by the copywriting, "Big data will not lie, and if you see it, it means you are about to become a distinguished Maybach owner." Then it is matched with the Maybach March. They say everything tilder is tilder the best arrangement tilder. Why do I tilder start to wait in fear tilder? This kind of video can always make Meng Yu feel happy to the orgasm in his brain, as if a Maybach downstairs in his house is lighting up the geometric beam headlights and quietly waiting for him. However, in general, in this case, he will be honest after receiving the salary slip. I thought it was to collect debts, but I didn't expect that this Subaru stopped at the guard post and the driver's window fell down. Meng Yu was shocked. Woman. Driving BRZ. Meng Yu was secretly shocked by her appearance. This woman looks like she is only 2 years older than me. How come her appearance and figure are so amazing? She is not inferior to Yusuyu in appearance. The white and slender jade hands on the steering wheel showed that she was spoiled since childhood, and her skin was so tender that you could pinch water out of it. A pair of charming phoenix eyes, a slender and straight nose, plump red lips, and proud breasts. Although the primary goal is to make money, it does not mean that he is not interested in beautiful women. There is a priority. However, the woman's cold eyes made Meng Yu gradually losing interest. The woman looked at Meng Yu coldly and asked the old man beside him, "Uncle Liu, is he here to ask for money too?" The old man quickly put on a kind smile and waved his hand. "No, this guy is here to buy goods." "Where are you going, Xiao Jin?" The woman then retracted her gaze. "Go raise some money." After saying that, she raised the car window and sped away with a kick on the accelerator. Chapter 6 Baby Face, Young Woman's Body. Meng Yu stared at the taillights of the Subaru and muttered, "It's good looking, but this kind of thing looks strong at first glance. She must be a man who likes to be on top. I look innocent and innocent. What does it have to do with debt collectors?" "Uncle, who is this woman?" Meng Yu asked with another cigarette in his mouth. "The daughter of the factory director." The uncle replied casually. "The daughter of the factory. No wonder she has such a bad temper." Meng Yu's casual complaints made the uncle unhappy. "You know nothing. Xiao Jin is not like this usually. She treats us workers like her own elders. She is very kind." The uncle sighed again. Now that the family has encountered difficulties, who can feel comfortable? Judging from the situation, it is estimated that she is going to collect debts again. Collecting debts. Meng Yu was too lazy to waste time arguing with the uncle and decided to go over to see the situation first. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard a quarrel coming from the house. "Brother, don't say it's hard for you. It's hard for everyone. If we don't get the money back, what will my brothers eat? It's not much. Can you give me less? Boss cow, I really..." Alas, the dealer is holding the account. "I have been asking for it since the Chinese New Year. The workers haven't received their wages for last month. Okay, in a word, I can't leave if you don't pay me today. I will buy a quilt and go to your house later. When you pay me, we will settle the bill." "Damn, how long do I have to wait? I won't have to wait all night, will I?" Meng Yu sat down at the door. "Why don't we go to other factories?" "Forget it, the factory director is in a hurry to deal with the goods, and the stockings here must be cheap." Meng Yu lit a cigarette at the door, and the sound of communication inside stopped. It is estimated that the debt collectors will also waste time. But the longer it drags on, the more anxious Meng Yu becomes. If the two sides can't explain it clearly, he plans to buy goods directly from the factory director. After smoking a cigarette, Meng Yu pressed against the door, trying to listen to whether there is any movement inside. "What are you doing?" A cold voice almost made Meng Yu lose his balance. "Oh, isn't this the woman who drove the Subaru just now? Where's the car?" However, it was precisely because she didn't drive that Meng Yu had the opportunity to see the woman's whole body. She was about 1.68 meters tall, wearing a black dress with high heels. She looked completely different from a high school girl, with a slim waist and a perky butt, and a plump figure. But there was still a childish look on her face, which made Meng Yu, who had seen countless people, more certain that the woman was definitely no more than 22 years old. She had a baby face and a young woman's figure. This contrast between face and figure, damn, what door did God close for her? Meng Yu was about to explain. "Get out of the way." The woman interrupted him, pushed Meng Yu away, and pushed the door open. Meng Yu saw from the crack in the door that the black plastic bag contained cash. "Here is 120,000 yuan, plus interest. Give us 1 more month, just 1 month, and the principal plus interest will be returned to you. Okay. Old Yang, look at how quick your daughter is, and look at yourself again, TSK, I'll come back in a month. The middle-aged man who was collecting the money counted some money and left with his teeth bared. Xiao Jin, where did you get this money? The middle-aged man's tired voice came from the room again. I mortgaged my car. The woman said indifferently. The man was silent for a long time, opened his mouth, but finally did not speak, who was outside. He said he was here to buy goods. Hearing this, Meng Yu hurriedly pushed the door open. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa had a brush-headed square face and a burly figure, but the dark circles under his eyes and sunken cheeks showed that he must have stayed up late recently. He nodded and smiled. Uncle, I'm sorry to bother you so late, I want to buy some goods. What kind of goods? Stockings. Meng Yu said with a smile. Although the man frowned the whole time, he still stood up and took Meng Yu to the warehouse. Are you a women's clothing store? Meng Yu shook his head and nodded. Yes, the women's clothing store at home. The man turned his head and looked at him deeply. While talking, the two came to the warehouse. The things here are very complete. What caught the eye were ordinary black and white, ordinary socks with various patterns, and transparent boat socks worn by middle-aged women. What styles of stockings do we have in our factory? The man was puzzled. Styles. There are only 3 types of stockings. He pointed to the corner. Transparent stockings, black stockings, red stockings. Transparent stockings are the best selling. Meng Yu frowned slightly. Just these 3. The man's expression became more suspicious. Yes, which one do you want? Do you have that kind of white stockings? The kind that goes a little above the knee. Meng Yu gestured on his body. The man shook his head. Not what you said, just these 3 types. Meng Yu was a little helpless. Okay, then I'll buy some black silk. He turned around and looked at other products while muttering, it would be nice if there were white silk. It seems that a lot of people in the COS circle use white silk now, right? COS. The man pondered for a few seconds and nodded. Most young people who play COS choose to buy online. No one will look for our source manufacturers. Meng Yu responded casually. You can't say that. Others can sell online, why can't you? It's most appropriate for the source manufacturer to open an online sales channel. Sometimes people have to know how to adapt to the development of the times. The man looked at Meng Yu with an increasingly strange expression. He originally thought that Meng Yu was someone's child who came to buy some bulk goods, but he didn't expect Meng Yu to understand the concept of online sales. I've thought about opening an online store, but I don't know how to generate traffic, and it's a waste of energy. Our factory doesn't have the money to recruit relevant practitioners. Who said we have to open an online store? Isn't the Kuaijiao short video very popular now? Meng Yu had almost finished looking at the stockings, and looked up and said, Uncle, I only want black stockings. What's the lowest purchase price you can give me? The man took out a box of xiaosu, handed one to Meng Yu, and lit one himself. Little brother, can you be more detailed? Meng Yu looked puzzled. What? Just what you said just now, Kuaijiao short videos and so on. Through a simple chat with Meng Yu, he didn't dare to treat Meng Yu as an ordinary child anymore, because Meng Yu had a sentence that hit his heart, that is, to adapt to the development of the times, but he didn't know how to take the first step. Meng Yu smiled and waved his hand. Oh, I just said it casually. He really said it casually, and the few words just now were just the basic logic of short video operations. That is the underlying logic that anyone who sells goods by short videos in 2024 knows. But he forgot that this was 2015, and the public was still vague about the concept of advertising through short videos. His unintentional words were probably concepts that most people had never come into contact with. The man picked up a pair of stockings, his eyes sparkling. How much do you want to buy? Meng Yu answered truthfully, not much, a few hundred yuan. The wholesale price of stockings here is 3 yuan a piece. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Dao. If you can talk about the topic just now in more detail, I can give you a discount, 1 yuan a piece. Meng Yu did not show any emotion on the surface, but he was secretly happy in his heart. I just wanted to buy some stockings, but I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. It seems that this big brother is very obsessed with online sales channels. Chapter 7 Women still have to wear stockings. Meng Yu simply pulled a chair and sat down. What's your name? Yang Dao. The man answered. Brother Yang, let me ask you a few questions first. Do you usually watch a lot of Kuaijiao short videos? Yang Dao shook his head. I watch it occasionally, but not many. Then do you know how those bloggers with a lot of fans make money? Yang Dao frowned and thought for a while. Their videos have a lot of likes, the official should give them money, right? This part of the income is very small, so small that it can be ignored. You should know that these bloggers usually broadcast live. Yes, I have seen it. Most bloggers make the most money from live broadcasts. The platform collects a part of the income from the rewards, and the rest belongs to them, but if they only rely on this, some small and medium-sized anchors are starving to death. Yang Dao handed over a bottle of water. Go on. Meng Yu took it and took a sip. For example, some bloggers with tens of thousands of fans, even if they live broadcast, they can't earn much rewards, so they find another way to use their fan base to monetize, guide fans to add green letters in the introduction or comment group, and then sell their products in their circle of friends, such as shoes, bags, etc. Because fans follow bloggers, they naturally have a sense of trust in bloggers, and it is very easy to make deals. Yang Dao was a little surprised. He usually watched for fun, but he didn't know there were so many details in it. Bloggers buy goods at low prices from source factories, sell them to fans at high prices, and make a difference in the middle. This part of the difference alone allows many young people to cross classes and make a lot of money. Yang Dao's expression became wonderful, and he was obviously a little restless. The calmness and loss at the beginning disappeared. But my factory sells socks, and the profit is already meager. Even a blogger with tens of thousands of fans may not sell socks, right? Meng Yu touched his chin and smiled meaningfully. Brother Yang, today is our first meeting, why don't we stop here? It's a bit late, I should go home. Hey! Yang Dao was about to stop him, but then he thought it was not good, so he had to nod regretfully and took out his mobile phone to leave his phone number. Little brother, I don't know what to call you yet. Meng Yu. Okay, Meng Yu. Yang Dao patted Meng Yu's shoulder and said sincerely, you are the most special young man I have ever seen, with a lot of ideas. I don't need your 600 yuan. According to the price we agreed on, I will give you 600 pairs of stockings. Brother Yang, it won't cost you money, right? Yang Dao waved his hand. If I can get the payment for the goods back, this little money is a drop in the bucket. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Thank you, Brother Yang. Meng Yu bowed slightly to express his gratitude, without showing any joy on his face. He understood that there is an eternal truth in the world of adults: free is the most expensive. This detail made Yang Dao look at him more highly. When packing, Meng Yu made a request to take only 50 pieces and temporarily store the remaining 550 pieces. After all, this big bag of things would be too eye-catching to bring back. His parents would definitely think he was a pervert. Before leaving, he passed by the office. Yang Dao bid farewell to Meng Yu enthusiastically. The woman driving the sports car saw the whole scene. Dad, do you know this guy? No, it's the first time we met. He's a very thoughtful young man. Yang Dao's heartfelt praise came from behind. Meng Yu didn't stop, he went straight to the roadside, scanned the shared bikes he had come from and left. On their way home, the wind blowing in his face was sweet. During the factory trip, Meng Yu's plan changed. He thought that after his rebirth, no one would be interested in his talent, so he planned to sell stockings in a special way, buy some perfume and socks, sell second-hand through Xinyu, and earn some starting capital first, but he didn't expect that Ying's factory director was so knowledgeable. Don't say that his initial plan was shameless. How many big guys didn't make a lot of money when they started? Making money is not bad. Just now in the factory, Meng Yu said half of his words just to whet the other party's appetite. Maybe I can go through Yang Dao's factory and directly engage in the old business of my previous life short video operation. It's a pity that Yang Dao has little money and is still in debt. The initial investment is a problem. I don't know how much money he has not received from outside. Forget it, let's start the original plan. A mature man will not pin his hopes on others. While waiting for the traffic light, Meng Yu glanced and found a big GL8 in the traffic not far behind him on the left. He turned a corner to change another route, and the GL8 also turned and followed. Meng Yu raised an arc at the corner of his mouth. Boss Yang, you are so anxious at such an old age. Looking at this posture, you don't want to check me upside down, right? Half an hour later. Arriving at the door of his house, Meng Yu could hear his mother scolding through the door. Don't play dumb with me. Tell me, where did you transfer the money? If you don't tell me today, don't even think about eating. Meng Yu smacked his lips. Alas, poor old Meng, you must hold on. He looked up and down at the door of his house, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. Mom and Dad are actually at home. A complete family, a warm family, long time no see. Push open the door. Zhao Caixia turned around and saw her son coming back, and immediately turned into a kind mother to greet him. Xiao Yu, you are finally back, the meal is ready, come, sit down quickly, Mom will serve you the meal. Meng Yu looked forward and found that his father was sitting on the sofa, sitting sideways with his back to the door, crossing his legs, holding his chin with his hand, looking at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Oh, the melancholy prince. Meng Yu said in his heart. He put the stockings back in the room before returning to the living room. Mom and Dad, did you have a fight? Zhao Caixia brought the meal to the table, 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. Nothing, don't worry about children. How is it, does your head still hurt? Did you feel uncomfortable in the afternoon? Meng Yu took a big bite of the braised pork. It doesn't hurt, don't worry, Mom, the doctor checked it twice at the time, and it was fine. He glanced at the sofa and asked, Dad doesn't want to eat. It's good that he's fine. Your dad is not hungry now, don't worry about him. Zhao Caixia's hanging heart was relieved a little. She sat beside her son, rubbed her hands and asked, the college entrance examination is in a few days. How is your review? Are you sure? Meng Yu drank a sip of soup and nodded, don't worry, Mom, I can't guarantee anything else, but there will be no problem with the second-tier university. Stinky boy, be down to earth. Review well. The most taboo in life is to shake a bottle that is not half full. Meng Mingliang on the sofa turned around and scolded. Wrong logic. It's a good thing that your son is confident, but why do you have to put unnecessary pressure on him? Son, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Mom believes that you will definitely be admitted to undergraduate studies. Don't just eat meat, pick up some vegetables and supplement vitamins. Zhao Caixia gently touched Meng Yu's head again, turned her head and glared at Meng Mingliang. Look at you, you are not a father at all, you are so old, but you hide your private money, son, don't learn from your dad in the future. Meng Mingliang snorted and turned his head away again, looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. I'm full, Mom, I'm going back to review. Passing by Meng Mingliang, Meng Yu secretly glanced at him and said, so Rui 100 times in his heart. He took a shower first, his body was full of fragrance, and then took out the stockings. He looked at the stockings, then looked down at his hairy legs, and frowned slightly. TSK, it's a bit disgusting. Who will buy this? No, I have to find a woman to shoot it. Chapter 8 Brand new, shoot when needed, no idle chat. The next morning, Meng Yu got up and found his mother. Mom, can you help me ask for a leave in the morning? What for? Zhao Caixia asked puzzledly. My classmate hired a one-on-one tutor, saying that he is a college student from a prestigious university, special review, and allowed to take classes for free. The money has been spent, so it would be a waste if he doesn't take the class. After rebirth, Meng Yu lied without changing his face. Just go to school and attend classes honestly. Is his tutor a serious tutor? Meng Mingliang muttered suddenly. What do you know? One-on-one classes are precious. People are willing to invite Xiaomeng, which means Xiaomeng is popular. Zhao Caixia glared at him. Meng Yu glanced at him guiltily and then retracted his gaze. He secretly said, Old Meng, for what you said, I won't return the private money. Zhao Caixia went to the grocery store and got a box of milk for Meng Yu, and said gently. Xiaomeng, we can't take advantage of others for nothing. Take this box of milk to your classmates. I'll ask for leave for you at school. Okay. After breakfast, Meng Yu left home with his school bag full of stockings. The first thing he did when he went downstairs was to call Gao Qiang. After thinking carefully last night, he decided to change his plan. The most suitable person to implement this plan is Gao Qiang. Where is Qiang? Come out and treat the brothers to dinner. I guess, what time is it? It's only 8 o'clock, so early in the morning, what kind of meal is it? Gao Qiang said unhappily when he heard that he was still asleep. Meng Yu didn't have time to explain, you haven't gotten up yet, right? Tell me where you are, I'll deliver food to the brothers, there's something urgent. After hanging up the phone, Meng Yu was extravagant and took a taxi directly. Chimping apartment in the West District of Qingcheng City, 8th floor, 802. When he arrived downstairs, he looked up and vaguely remembered that the rent here seemed to be 8 or 900 a month, and they were all standard rooms. For people living in a standard room. He bought a few bowls of spicy soup downstairs and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was Liang Dao, a shirtless man with a messy hair, rubbing his eyes and asked, "Xiao Meng, what's the matter so early in the morning? Aren't you going to school?" The two entered the room. Liang Dao took a cigarette from the table, sat on the bed and smoked it depressedly. "Get up, don't sleep, eat quickly." Meng Yu shouted, "Hey, get up." Meng Yu looked around, about 42 square meters, a double bed, a set of sofas, a coffee table, a TV cabinet. The room was already packed. 2 people slept on the bed, and 2 more slept on the sofa. TSK. Fuck, who is it? Everyone woke up and saw Meng Yu carrying a box of milk and several breakfasts, so they swallowed the dirty words on their lips. "Xiao Meng, why are you here?" Several people rubbed their eyes. Meng Yu came to Jiao Chong's bed and sat down, picked up a cigarette from the bedside and lit it, grinning. "Chong, where did you go with your brothers last night?" "Where else can you go?" Jiao Chong gradually sobered up and lit a cigarette. "We went to Metropolis Bar. You just said you had something on the phone, what is it?" "There is a profitable business, do you want to do it?" Meng Yu raised his chin. The 4 washed their faces and returned to the coffee table, eating and asking. "Profitable business? What business?" The 4 of them usually hang out outside, and it's common for them to eat 3 meals and go hungry for 9 meals. If there is a way to make money, they are naturally interested. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows at Jiao Chong. "Let me ask you first, are there any beauties around you?" "What do you mean?" Liang Dao sat down next to Meng Yu while chewing on a fried dough stick, and supported him with his shoulder, with a meaningful evil smile. "Want to be a man?" "Bullshit." Meng Yu said unhappily with a cigarette in his mouth. "I'm still a pure male high school student, talking about serious business." He took out a bag of stockings directly. "Hey, my god, did you just clean up the female dormitory?" Liang Dao widened his eyes. "I bought this from a legitimate factory." Meng Yu said unhappily, "Let me tell you my plan first, and you listen carefully. After dinner, go find the beauties around you and give away the stockings. Then ask someone to wear them and take 2 pictures of the effect. Upload them. Just the effect pictures, don't cross the line. It's best to take a few live photos of wearing a windbreaker with stockings, or a short skirt with stockings. Then come back and upload them to the second-hand platform." Meng Yu taught step by step. First, upload a few live photos on the homepage. Each pair of stockings is priced at 90 yuan, not including shipping. Liang Dao stood up and picked up the stockings to carefully measure. 90 yuan? Are you robbing money? Can anyone spend 90 yuan on this thing? If someone buys it, I will eat it all. It's worth 10 yuan at most. Stop cheating here. You don't believe it's worth 90. Meng Yu laughed and scolded. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Liang Dao and the other 3 brothers shook their heads at the same time, looking at Meng Yu like a fool. Meng Yu smiled faintly. "Whether it is worth 90 depends on who sells it." Everyone thought for a long time. Liang Dao suddenly got excited. "Yes, I understand." But he immediately said seriously, "I seem to understand your idea. I probably understand what you mean, but that thing, it is illegal." "Illegal? My product is brand new." New." Liang Dao, the only one who understood a little, was confused again. "Of course, the price is indeed a bit high, 90 yuan, but that's because I think my product is of good quality and worth so much money. You can choose not to buy it if you think it's too expensive. Balenciaga stockings are 2,699 yuan, and there's still a lot of people buying them. What's the matter? Our domestic stockings are not good for 90 yuan. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. Don't worry, it depends on how the buyer understands it. I believe some gentlemen will know what's good. Liang Dao finally reacted, but then wouldn't we be deceiving others? Meng Yu patted his shoulder. Brother, this is a trading platform, there is no forced buying and selling, it's a legitimate business. Besides, that group is originally perverted, we are doing harm to the people. In short, I pay for the source of goods, you don't have to invest a penny, but if someone places an order, you need to run errands to ship it. The four looked at each other. Somewhat understood Meng Yu's meaning, but not completely understood. Finally, Gao Qiang spoke first. Xiao Meng, although we don't understand how you make money, the brothers are willing to help you. Well, I'm free anyway. Just consider it a help. Meng Yu felt a little warm in his heart, but he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly at their doubts. After all this time, you still don't believe I can make money, right? I don't believe it. The four shook their heads at the same time. Forget it. Meng Yu waved his hand, then just do it. If it was in 2024, no one would buy it, because there are too many scammers. But this is 2015. In 2 years, I don't know how many female bloggers on Weibo will make a fortune from this thing. Wait, I have one last question. Gao Qiang asked in a deep voice, are you sure it's not illegal? Meng Yu sighed. Qiang, this is a serious business. As I said just now, our products are priced high. But that's because we are confident in our products. I think it's worth 90. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. As for what those mentally unhealthy buyers think of him, that's the buyer's business. What does it have to do with us? Liang Dao slammed the table. Hey, he's right. If you like a girl, you have to pursue her openly and uprightly. I hate this kind of psychopathic group the most. They don't dare to pursue girls in real life, but lock themselves in their rooms and talk to themselves every day. Let's do it. Although several people still didn't believe that anyone would buy it, they were willing to accompany Meng Yu to toss and turn, and they all took out their mobile phones to contact the beauties around them. After a while, the four of them picked up their stockings and left the apartment one by one to find their beautiful friends. It was around 10 o'clock when they came back again, and the four of them had several sets of photos on their phones. Meng Yu was dumbfounded. Others told him that there were no shortage of beauties around the spirited young man, but he didn't believe it at first, but the photos in front of him slapped him in the face. Some of the photos were life photos after they were dressed up: windbreaker, stockings, high heels, short skirt, slender figure, fair skin and beautiful appearance. Although they were not as good as Yu and the beauty who drove a sports car last night, they would definitely turn heads on the street, a high-end spirited girl. The quality is really fucking high. Meng Yu muttered in his heart. The next step is to create an account, a sales account in total. Life photos are used to build the account, and then upload product photos, copywriting. After finishing their work at 11 o'clock, it was about 11:10. Liang Dao jumped up from the bed. Damn, someone sent a message. What did they send? The four of them came over. Their homepage photo is of me. Meng Yu waved his hand. Reply him one word, one. After replying, the man replied almost instantly. Have you won it? 3 words suddenly appeared on the screen. Hey, this person is so disgusting. Gao Qiang and the other 4 complained. Isn't this perverted? What? Meng Yu frowned and instructed again. Reply truthfully, brand new, take pictures when needed, no idle chat, and add a cute little, sticking out tongue expression at the end. Oh my god, Xiao Meng, you are so disgusting. Liang Dao cursed. Chapter 9: The Man Who Rejected the School Beauty. Did he come back? The purple-haired brother asked impatiently. Liang Dao rolled his eyes at him. What are you so anxious about, Shu Song? You are more anxious than the emperor. Meng Yu then knew that the purple-haired brother was called Shu Song. He was not tall, probably about 165 centimeters, with purple hair, very long hair, tied up like a Japanese samurai. Although he was not tall, he had a thick neck. In his previous life, Meng Yu had seen him on Douyin. Generally, people with thick necks were ruthless people, most of whom had practiced boxing. He was probably a ruthless person. Only the last brother was left whose name was unknown. This brother was the tallest, probably about 190 centimeters, but he was very thin. From a distance, he looked like a bamboo pole. He was usually taciturn and didn't talk much. Meng Yu took the initiative to ask, Brother, I don't know your name yet. My name is Jing Hao, just call me Haozi. The man answered shyly. Hey! He placed an order. Liang Dao suddenly shouted excitedly. He really bought it. Gao Qiang couldn't help but exclaimed. All this was within Meng Yu's expectations. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. This batch of stockings was not packed when it left the factory, and there was no outer packaging. Meng Yu asked Liang Dao to buy a delicate small bag as a delivery. After all, it was a second-hand platform, so there was no need to be so particular. He glanced at the time, it was already 12:30. Leave the rest to you. I have to go back to class in the afternoon. If someone sends a message, reply according to what I taught just now. Remember, you must be a little cool. After Meng Yu gave the order, he took out another 300 and put it on the table. This money is for my brothers to have a meal. Gao Cheng hurriedly took the money and stuffed it back into Meng Yu's hand. Xiao Meng, we are all family, there is no need to be so polite, and this is just the beginning, let's talk about it after we make money. You forgot about helping me fight yesterday. You promised to treat my brothers to a meal. If you let me break my promise, I will not have the face to take my brothers to play in the future. Meng Yu forced it back. Gao Cheng understood Meng Yu's good intentions, smiled knowingly, and accepted it obediently. Okay, then I'll accept it. Xiao Meng, you are smarter than us. In the future, you should lead the brothers more. We will do the hard work. We are brothers in normal times, and you are the boss of the brothers when making money. 300 yuan quickly raised Gao Cheng's favorability towards Meng Yu to another level. Before leaving, Meng Yu also instructed the 4 people to find more female friends to take some life photos in the afternoon to decorate the account homepage. Then he bought a steamed bun with scallions and braised pork on the roadside, and arrived at school at 1:40 in the afternoon. There were still 20 minutes before class. Fortunately, he was not late, otherwise it would be considered as skipping class, and the teacher would definitely report it to his parents. Meng Yu had just sat down and had no time to talk to Guodong when he was stopped by a cold voice. Meng Yu, come out, I want to talk to you alone. Looking up, the person who came was Yu Siyu's deskmate and best friend, Wang Ming'er, with bangs, big eyes, a good-looking face, and a plump figure that high school students don't have. But she always puts on this stinky face, and men are not very good. In his previous life, Meng Yu thought that Yu Siyu had never accepted him, and it was probably related to this female military advisor. However, since they were reborn, they didn't care about it. He held his chin and said casually, just chat here, what are you going to do outside, is the topic embarrassing? You? Wang Ming'er glanced at Guodong, then lowered his voice and scolded, talk here, anyway, you are embarrassed. I warn you, stay away from Siyu in the future. Oh, okay. Meng Yu straightened his sitting posture, his expression still lazy. Wang Ming'er was confused. The plot was wrong. According to her imagination, Meng Yu should be crying and asking her why. What is the situation now? Is this still the Meng Yu she knows? Meng Yu yawned and asked again, is this what you mean, or what she means? Wang Ming'er sneered in her heart, humph, you have been pretending for a long time. I know you still care about Siyu, but as long as I am here, there is no possibility for you and Siyu. This has nothing to do with you. You are not worthy of Siyu. I don't plan to be worthy of her. This is not the point. The key is that you actually made her cry last night. This is the last warning. If you dare to say a word to Siyu again, I will tell the teacher that you harassed her. Did you hear it? Meng Yu stared at Wang Ming'er for a few seconds, and suddenly shouted to the front row in a voice that everyone could hear. You University Campus Beauty, Wang Ming'er said that if I say one more word to you, she will tell the teacher. I will never talk to you again, and you should not look for me again. Meng Yu then looked at Wang Ming'er with a smile, is it okay? What are you doing? Wang Ming'er hurriedly scolded in a low voice. Yu Siyu turned her head in confusion, her eyes changed from doubt to confusion, and she looked at Wang Ming'er and then at Meng Yu. Finally, the doubt turned into resentment, and her eyes gradually turned red. She shouted at Meng Yu, okay? Very good. You'd better not talk to me for the rest of your life. She turned back, deliberately pulled the book over with a big movement, opened it and spread it in front of her, and then lay on the desk. Wang Ming'er was obviously a little panicked. You, when did you become such a rogue? Forget it, anyway, my goal has been achieved. Siyu is such a beautiful girl, you are toad, you'd better not touch her for the rest of your life. The biggest stain in Siyu's life is that you pursued her. After saying that, she left angrily. Meng Yu shook his head, not taking her words seriously at all. He turned and looked at Guodong, who was already dumbfounded. What's wrong, haven't you seen a man who refuses a school beauty? Guodong swallowed his saliva and slowly raised his thumb. Brother, you are the most courageous high school student I have ever seen. You have good taste. Did Zhang Hongbor cause you trouble today? While talking, Meng Yu glanced at the second row and found that Zhang Hongbor was gloating over what happened just now. When he noticed his gaze, he hurriedly turned his head and dared not look at him. He withdrew his gaze indifferently. No, I guess I was scared enough yesterday. By the way, Brother Meng, have you made peace with that yellow-haired guy? How did you know each other? Guodong asked cautiously. Meng Yu waved his hand. It's a long story, I'm too lazy to talk about it. I have something else to do. You should study hard. After that, Meng Yu ignored him and began to think about the next plan. The first pot of gold in the early stage can be handed over to Jiao Qiang and others. Now we have to consider the issue of long-term development. To do business, if you want to develop for a long time, you must have a source factory. Yang's knitting factory is a very good choice. At least Yang Dao can see his wisdom. As for Guodong, Meng Yu plans to help him make money after it has taken shape. The waves in the early stage of entrepreneurship are too big, and Guodong can't grasp it. Speaking of which, should I go to Yang Dao to talk tonight? Or should I hang him for a few more days? Meng Yu was also in a dilemma. During the 4 classes in the afternoon, he went to the toilet once in total. The rest of the time was spent thinking about how to lay out in Kuaijiao. And how to smoothly transfer the battlefield to Douyin after Douyin becomes popular in the future. During this period, he didn't notice the murderous eyes of the school beauty Yusiu every time he got out of class. Chapter 10: The Peerless Beauty at the School Gate. Damn Meng Yu! Damn Meng Yu! Yusiu was distracted for the whole afternoon, repeating this sentence over and over again. It was almost the end of the last class. Wangminger, who was standing by, was really tired of listening to her, and frowned and taught her a lesson. See you, Meng Yu is not pursuing you anymore, you should be happy. First, you don't like Meng Yu. Second, he is not worthy of you, everyone is happy. And look at how amazing he was just now, it's disgusting, I really don't know what he was amazing about, his grades are average, and his family conditions are average. Wangminger became more and more excited as she spoke. But you are different. You are so outstanding. When you go to college, there will definitely be better boys pursuing you. Maybe you can marry into a wealthy family and achieve what kind of leap? A leap in class. But based on my understanding of Meng Yu, he will definitely come to you again after school. Yusiu seemed to finally hear her words, really. Needless to say. Isn't it like this every time? Wangminger curled her lips. Meng Yu is like a dog skin plaster that can't be thrown away. Yusiu turned back and secretly glanced at Meng Yu with a complicated look. But he said in the last class that he would never look for me again. TSK, listen to his bragging. Boys are like this, they like to be heroes in front of the whole class, and then beg for your forgiveness behind your back. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If you leave later after school, I dare say Meng Yu will pretend to be busy and delay until he can leave with you. And then come to apologize to you. Wangminger said it vividly, as if this scene had already happened. Yusiu bit her lower lip and agreed with Wangminger's statement. She didn't want to laugh at Meng Yu, but just wanted to see if Meng Yu still liked him. But soon Yusiu began to struggle with herself again. What's wrong with me? Why do I expect Meng Yu to still like me? Why do I feel lost when he says he ignores me? Am I in love with him? No, it's impossible. I just feel frustrated that even someone like Meng Yu has stopped pursuing me. It must be like this. I can't like Meng Yu. I can't like him. He said last night that he would no longer pursue me. What if I still like him? I pursue him. Impossible. From childhood to adulthood, only others have pursued me. I can't pursue anyone. Thinking of this, Yusiu seemed to have her soul sublimated. She turned back and glanced at Meng Yu with cold eyes. She felt as if she had completely evolved into a cold school beauty at this moment. Little did she know that if Meng Yu could see through her heart, he would probably laugh out 2 of his front teeth. It's a pity that Meng Yu has been immersed in his own business empire and couldn't extricate himself. He didn't notice the change in the school beauty's expression when she looked at him. As the school bell rang, the students rushed to leave the classroom. Meng Yu was still drawing a blueprint in his mind, and didn't realize the bell rang. Brother Meng, get out of class is over, Brother Meng. Guodong pushed him twice. Meng Yu waved his hand and drove him away. You go first, I have something to do. What happened to you these 2 days? Why do you seem like a different person? You used to run faster than a rabbit after school. Seeing that Meng Yu didn't respond, Reborn was afraid that Zhang Hongbor would find someone to beat him up again, so he told Meng Yu to go home early and left in a hurry. Soon, almost all the students left. Only Yu Siyu, Wang Ming'er, Meng Yu, and Zhang Hongbor were left in the classroom. Look, what did I say? Meng Yu must want to wait for you to leave together. Wang Ming'er patted Yu Siyu desperately. From the perspective of the two, Meng Yu looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, gesturing with his hands from time to time. Look, what is he pretending to be busy with? Poochie, is he a fool? Yu Siyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She wasn't laughing, but was amused by Meng Yu's funny actions. Siyu, believe it or not, if we leave now, Meng Yu will definitely follow us. Let's go home. After that, the two of them carried their small school bags and left. Zhang Hongbor, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately followed. Siyu, I'll go with you. Although Yu Siyu was a little annoyed with Zhang Hongbor, she didn't feel embarrassed to refuse because of her classmates. The three people stood up and interrupted Meng Yu's thinking. Oh, when is school over? He hurriedly packed up and walked towards the school gate without looking at Yu Siyu. I don't know if Gao Chong came to pick me up. I have to ask how many pieces were sold in the afternoon. Two groups of people walked one after the other. Wang Ming'er in front of him laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Look, what did I say? Meng Yu will definitely catch up. I know all too well the little thoughts of men. Zhang Hongbor heard the two talking about Meng Yu and couldn't wait to join in. What's wrong with Meng Yu? After being beaten up by Gao Chung yesterday, he was completely honest and didn't dare to say a word to Yu Siyu all morning. But when Meng Yu announced in public in the afternoon that he would draw a clear line with Yu Siyu, he was so excited that he didn't listen to the class all afternoon. His chance to pursue the school beauty came again. We are betting that Meng Yu will definitely apologize to Siyu. Look, he's caught up, right? Wang Ming'er covered her mouth and laughed. She had a good impression of Zhang Hongbor, who came from a wealthy family, and was naturally willing to help Zhang Hongbor solve his doubts. What do I think? I have a say in this matter. Meng Yu must have wanted to show off in front of his classmates in the afternoon, and then wait until no one is around, and then come to Siyu alone to ask for forgiveness. He is reluctant to give up Siyu. Zhang Hongbor boasted. Humph, I won't forgive him. Yu Siyu pouted and said angrily. Look. He's catching up. Wang Ming'er shouted in a low voice. Zhang Hongbor suddenly became anxious. Seeing that Meng Yu was about to catch up, he hurriedly whispered, That's right, Siyu, you must not forgive him. Stick to your own ideas. Meng Yu lowered his head and looked at his mobile phone while walking. On his mobile phone was the afternoon transaction record sent by Gao Chong. He just wanted to meet Gao Chong at the school gate as soon as possible, and didn't notice that Yu Siyu and the other two were in front. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer, Yu Siyu's heartbeat also gradually accelerated, and she became even more angry in her heart. Humph, Meng Yu, you really want to show off in front of the whole class, I will never forgive you. However, Meng Yu quickly passed by the three people, and even his pace did not slow down at all. Just left like that. Yu Siyu was stunned. He actually ignored me. How could this happen? What the hell? Meng Yu actually pretended not to see you. Zhang Hongbor was also stunned. Damn, is he really not going to pay attention to you? Wang Ming'er was the first to react, sneering. Overthinking. I guess he must have seen someone next to Siyu, so he pretended not to see it, and must be waiting for an opportunity to communicate with Siyu alone. Hearing this, Yu Siyu's mood calmed down a little, and she thought to herself, Ming'er is right, it must be like this. Meng Yu always came to apologize every time he made me angry before, and this time must be no exception. Meng Yu, I'm really angry this time, it's hard for you to appease me. While talking, the two sides had already walked to the school gate. Yu Siyu and the other two were not far away from Meng Yu, and Meng Yu was still fiddling with his phone right in front of him. Just then, a royal sister's voice came that made people numb all over. Walking and playing with your phone, aren't you afraid of being hit by a car? Meng Yu, Yu Siyu and the other two looked up almost at the same time. Next to the guard booth, a queen in a black dress with a corset and high heels crossed her chest with her hands, looking at Meng Yu expressionlessly. Her cold and beautiful face, Her fair skin and the black dress formed a contrast, and her temperament of keeping strangers away made all the students passing by couldn't help but look back frequently, but they only dared to admire her secretly. Zhang Hongbor opened his mouth slightly and was stunned. Even Yusiu's heart skipped a beat. She believed that no one had ever surpassed her brilliance since she was a child, but in front of the woman in the black dress, she felt unconfident for the first time, and murmured in her heart, "That woman, is she here to see Meng Yu?" "Meng Yu, I'm talking to you, what are you doing?" The woman spoke again. The people around her suddenly realized that this beautiful woman was actually here to see Meng Yu. Chapter 11 Gold-rimmed stockings. What else? The woman looked him up and down, then grabbed Meng Yu and walked across the street. To anyone, they were a couple. Is that woman Meng Yu's sister? Wang Ming'er reacted first and asked in disbelief. Zhang Hongbor secretly glanced at Yu Siyu. I don't think so. It's probably his girlfriend. Meng Yu is a very secretive guy. His girlfriend is so beautiful. Yu Siyu stared blankly in the direction the two people left, biting her lower lip lightly. Why do I feel jealous when Meng Yu leaves with that woman? I was wondering why Meng Yu suddenly decided to ignore Siyu. Turns out he has a beautiful girlfriend. Zhang Hongbor is eager to create chaos in the world. But if you ask me, Siyu, you are much prettier than that woman. My mom just happened to come pick me up, so I'll take you home. I want to tell you that my mom bought a new car today, a BMW Mini. It costs over 200,000 yuan. Weiminger's eyes lit up and she asked hurriedly, BMW? I haven't ridden in one yet. Is it convenient for auntie? What's the inconvenience? Ching-cheng is so small. Hey, my mom is here. Let's go there quickly. Yu Siyu took a deep breath and decided to follow Zhang Hongbor. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely not be willing to do so, but now she was in a low mood, feeling drained of energy and powerlessness all over her body, and she just wanted to go home quickly. It doesn't matter how I get home. The two followed Zhang Hongbor to the other side of the road from the school. A woman wearing sunglasses waved at Zhang Hongbor. Mom. Zhang Hongbor responded from a distance, then turned around and said, My mom is here, let's go over there quickly. Wang Minger's eyes fell on the back of the BMW Mini, and her eyes changed. Meng Yu's girlfriend drives a sports car. Yu Siyu's pupils shrank. Zhang Hongbor also looked over hurriedly. Under the gaze of everyone at the school gate, Meng Yu was dragged into a sports car by a beautiful woman, who stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Oh my god, who is that from the senior year? His girlfriend is so pretty and she drives a sports car. I'm so envious. How come you look like a star? What kind of family conditions do you have to find a girlfriend who drives a sports car when you're in high school? At the same time, at the entrance of the supermarket opposite the school, Jiao Cheng and his three friends looked at each other. It was Liang Dao who whispered, Brother Cheng, Meng has been kidnapped, we have to go save her. Jiao Cheng took a deep breath and said slowly, If you really want to, why not buy 2 bottles of Dawang pills for your brother Meng? At the same time, night was about to fall over Qingcheng City, and the blue Subaru was speeding on the streets, overtaking other cars along the way. The woman didn't say anything, and Meng Yu was still immersed in confusion. The Subaru didn't stop until it reached the moat. The woman put the car in neutral, pulled the handbrake, and said expressionlessly, Tell me, what kind of drug did you give my dad? Meng Yu looked around the interior of the sports car and said quietly, Didn't you pawn your car last night? Why did you drive it back today? Stop changing the subject. The woman responded coldly. How do you know where my school is? It's none of your business. Hearing this, Meng Yu took out his cell phone and was about to dial 110. The woman was stunned and quickly snatched it away, raising her eyebrows and asking, What are you doing? Call the police. You brought a pure and innocent boy like me to this godforsaken place without saying a word. Who knows what you are going to do? I need to call the police to save me. You? The woman was stunned, and after a brief moment of anger, the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. What a rascally little brat. Since she became an adult, all the men she met were gentle and polite to her. This was the first time she met a scoundrel like Meng Yu. But thinking of her father's factory, she regained her coolness and said, Answer my question first. You haven't answered the question I asked you yet, why should I answer you? The woman laughed out of anger, took a deep breath, suppressed her anger and said slowly. Well, let me answer you first. Regarding my car, my father received a payment for goods today and redeemed my car. This is the first question. The second question is, how do you know where you go to school? The way you were dressed yesterday was typical of a high school kid. There are 2 high schools in Qingcheng City. I originally wanted to go to the experimental high school next door to ask the younger students, but I didn't expect to meet you at the entrance of Qingping apartment at noon, so I followed you all the way here. I have finished answering. The woman moved closer and glared at Meng Yu with a warning look. Now it's your turn to answer. Meng Yu adjusted his sitting position and asked calmly, what is the first question called? The woman suppressed her anger and said, what kind of magic potion did you feed my dad? Oh tilde, Meng Yu said slowly. I just told your dad about my views on the Stockings market and the e-commerce stuff in the future. I remember he followed me last night. Today it's your turn to follow me. You and your daughter don't have a stalking habit, do you? Meng Yu pretended to be disgusted. I originally thought that women would be angry and embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the woman raised her lips, moved closer to Meng Yu, and said word by word, we just have a stalker habit, what's wrong with that? I just like being with little brats like you who just turned 18. Meng Yu felt a chill in his anus, and he unconsciously moved his butt to the other side, thinking to himself, damn, this woman is so cruel that she doesn't even leave any bones behind. What did you tell my dad? Repeat it. The woman leaned back in her seat and said calmly, why don't I believe that a little kid like you knows about e-commerce? Believe it or not, go home and ask your dad. Okay. The woman started the car. Meng Yu hurriedly asked, what are you doing? Didn't you tell me to go home and ask my dad? The woman said without turning her head. Meng Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but then he changed his mind and decided, forget it. He had been planning to go to Yang's knitting factory after school anyway, and having a ride to take him there would suit his needs. Meng Yu took out his cell phone and started calling as if the woman didn't exist. Hey, where are you? I just came back from delivering the goods. Where are you, Xiao Meng? On their way to the stocking factory. How many pairs did you sell today? When Jiao Chung was told this, he seemed to be injected with chicken blood. I wanted to give you a surprise. 30 pieces. A full 30 pieces. Each piece was priced at 90 yuan, and I sold them for a total of 2,700 yuan. I used to work as a network administrator and my monthly salary was only 2,000. Jiao Chung's outlook on life has been completely shattered. He just met Meng Yu yesterday, but today he is full of admiration for him. Although he was reborn, Meng Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard this number. Last month, he worked so hard that he only made 7 or 8,000 yuan a month, but now he makes 2,700 yuan a day. The woman driving the car looked back at him. Meng Yu's voice was very loud and she could hear it clearly. Have all the goods been shipped? Meng Yu asked again. They've all been sent out. Where are you? We've won our first battle. Do you want to have a drink with the brothers tonight? Let's celebrate. Meng Yu glanced at the woman and said with a smile, forget it today. Let's run our business well in the next few days. There will be plenty of opportunities to celebrate in the future. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. By the way, where are you? My brother saw you being taken away by a woman this afternoon. What happened? Your girlfriend. Jiao Chung asked with a smirk. Come on, what girlfriend? She's just a female bandit. The woman suddenly twisted Meng Yu's thigh hard. Hissar. Damn, can you be gentler? Meng Yu said unhappily. Jiao Chung was silent for 5 seconds, then suddenly said, well, brother Meng, you go ahead and do your work. I won't disturb you. Hey, don't get me wrong. Beep, beep, beep. Meng Yu sighed softly. A pair of stockings costs 90 yuan. Do your stockings have gold or silver edges? Chapter 12, Two Madmen's Game. The woman heard Jiao Chung's conversation clearly. At this moment, he had no good feelings towards Meng Yu. When he arrived at Yang's knitting factory, he parked the car and pulled Meng Yu out from the passenger seat. Dad, I brought the person back. The woman shouted towards the office as soon as she got out of the car. Who did you bring back? Yang Dao hurried out and saw Meng Yu being dragged by a woman. He immediately stepped forward and scolded, Xiao Jin, you are rude. Let go. He then hurried forward to ask about Meng Yu's condition. Are you okay, Meng? I'm so sorry. My daughter has been learning Sonder since she was young. She is as wild as a boy. Please bear with me. Sonder? Since childhood. Meng Yu stole a glance at the woman and felt a sharp pain in the place where his thigh had been pinched. Come on, little brother, come in quickly. Yang Dao invited warmly. I was planning to call you and invite you to come over, but I didn't expect Xiao Jin to pick you up. Do you know Xiao Jin? Meng Yu looked down on Yang Dao in his heart, thinking to himself, know him? I wonder if you don't know that your daughter is following me. But when he thought about the fact that the woman had learned Sonder, out of concern for her life, he shook his head and said, we ran into each other on the street, and I came here together in her car. Har har, it seems we both want to have a good talk tonight. We are on the same page. How are the stockings I gave you yesterday selling well? The woman said coldly, Humph, is that okay? He sold 2,700 yuan in one day. Xiao Jin, the adults are talking about business, don't interrupt. Yang Dao scolded again, and hurriedly explained to Meng Yu. I haven't had the chance to introduce you to this. This is my daughter, Yang Jin. Her mother passed away when she was young, so I raised her alone. I also spoiled her, which led to her being a bit rebellious and taking on more responsibilities. Meng Yu waved his hand, it's okay, I understand. Yang Dao squinted his eyes and smiled, nodding repeatedly, then suddenly looked at Yang Jin, then at Meng Yu. What did you just say? 2,700 a day. Yang Dao stood up in shock. His eyes moved back and forth between Yang Jin and Meng Yu. Xiao Meng, is what my daughter said true? Meng Yu was somewhat helpless. Well, is it true? Aren't there only 600 pairs of stockings? You sold them all in one day. Yang Dao was extremely shocked. If he deducted the workers' wages, his factory's daily net profit would be roughly in this range. Meng Yu alone could almost make as much as his entire factory's gross profit. Not sold out yet, there are still plenty, I only sold 30. 30, Yang Dao was choked and stared at Meng Yu, unable to speak for a long time. After a moment of silence, he asked again, is it through e-commerce? Meng Yu nodded slightly. The room fell silent again. Yang Dao's hands trembled slightly. He lit a cigarette, then remembered something and quickly handed Meng Yu another one and lit it himself. You only sold 30 pieces and you made 2,700 yuan. The price of each piece was only 90 yuan. Yeah. Meng Yu nodded again. Anyway, this was not a business secret, so it didn't matter if he told him. But looking at Yang Dao's impatient look, he couldn't help laughing. However, Meng Yu did not take the initiative to continue the topic. He wanted to wait for Yang Dao to express his request himself. Only when the other party takes the initiative can he take the initiative. After a while, Yang Dao smiled bitterly and said, Brother Meng, it seems that e-commerce does make money. Is there anyone in your family engaged in the e-commerce industry? No, I read it in a book myself. Boasting. Yang Jin crossed his arms and glanced at Meng Yu with disdain. Yang Dao immediately scolded, Xiao Jin, don't be rude, get out first, we have something important to discuss. Yang Jin snorted coldly and rushed out. Yang Dao didn't care about his daughter at all. He looked at Meng Yu with a burning gaze again. Xiao Meng, excuse me for asking, how old are you this year? Meng Yu raised his head and thought for a while, then said, 18 years old. You're in college. Not yet. I'm a senior in high school and the college entrance exam is just a few days away. High school student. Yang Dao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at Meng Yu as if he was looking at a monster. In our family, only Xiao Jin is 1 year older than you. He will be a sophomore after the summer vacation, but he is not as mature as you. I really want to see what kind of people your parents are. They can raise such an outstanding child like you. At the age of 18, he was already so exaggerated and had such a sharp vision. Yang Dao couldn't imagine how far Meng Yu would go in the future. At this moment, Meng Yu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Jin to have just entered college. No wonder people said that the third year of high school was a watershed. High school students look like children at first glance, but once they enter college, they dress and put on makeup, and they become like a different person in a minute. That's why they say girls change a lot when they grow up. However, compared with other high school students in the same school, the gap between Yang Jin and others is indeed quite large. Brother Xiaomeng, could you please let me see your sales records? Yang Dao asked again. This was within Meng Yu's expectations. No one would believe that a high school student could earn 2 or 3,000 yuan a day. Yang Dao definitely wanted to see it with his own eyes. There was no need for him to hide anything, so he showed Yang Dao the sales records that Jiao Chong had sent him in the afternoon. Yang Dao was shocked. 90 yuan for a pair of stockings. He would never dare to set this price in his dreams. After a long while, Yang Dao straightened his sitting posture and said to Meng Yu seriously, "I will speak directly if I have something to say. In fact, I really wanted to have a deep chat with you last night. I didn't expect that you would open my eyes in just one day. Xiao Meng, I really hope you can join my factory. After you finish the college entrance examination, you can come directly to work in my factory. I plan to open an e-commerce department. You are free to recruit personnel and mobilize factory resources. I will give you a base salary of 6,000 yuan. As long as you can increase the turnover by 30%, I will immediately increase your base salary to 10,000 yuan. I'll keep the position for you after you go to college. Although you can earn 2,700 a day now, business is very unstable. It is possible to make money today and tomorrow, but fall to the bottom the day after tomorrow. My salary will cover your bottom line, and while you are helping me, you can always be busy with your own business. I want to ask, are you interested?" The corner of Meng Yu's mouth curled up. It finally came. Yang Dao is indeed sincere, and it cannot be said that the basic salary of 6,000 is too low. After all, in Yang Dao's eyes, Meng Yu is still a child, and giving him 6,000 without knowing much about him is already very good. However, Meng Yu's ambition goes far beyond this. "I don't want the basic salary." Yang Dao was shocked. Meng Yu continued, "But I want half of the sales revenue from the products sold through e-commerce, and the rest is up to you. If you agree, we can continue the discussion, and I can give you time to consider it." "Don't think about it, I agree." Yang Dao agreed after just a few seconds. "I haven't finished yet. I need financial support in the early stage, 300,000 yuan, but I can guarantee that the 300,000 yuan will be recovered within half a month. If you agree, we can continue. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. Let's just treat it as making friends." Meng Yu lit a cigarette, leaned back on the sofa and looked at Yang Dao straight. He asked for 300,000 yuan in startup capital. Any normal person would not agree to such a ridiculous request to a high school student. But Meng Yu is not a normal person. Apart from his identity as a reborn person, he was an e-commerce operator in his previous life. Almost every step he took was a gamble, betting on the professionalism of the anchor, the sales volume of the products, and the accuracy of the user traffic. Now he is betting that Yang Dao is also a lunatic. If Yang Dao doesn't have the courage to gamble, then he is doomed to not go far in the future, and there is no need to continue this cooperation. Chapter 13, Niece, Don't Be Rash. Yang Dao frowned and his expression became struggling. If it was 300,000 last year, I would not have hesitated at all. But after the impact of e-commerce, physical business is not doing well, and I can't even collect the money from distributors. We just received a sum of 300,000 this morning. There is also a big sum of 800,000 from Jinbo Shopping Mall. Meng Yu's eyes widened. How much goods did the mall take? Yang Dao sighed. This is the accumulated account of 3 years. Jinbo Mall has not settled it since 2012. We provided the socks for the entire mall. These beasts have money but they just refuse to pay. Meng Yu seemed to be thinking about something. I don't quite understand. How could the mall owe you money? Shouldn't it be the merchant? Jinbo Shopping Mall has its own sales area for socks, and the products we send to them are mainly disposable socks. In the past few years, the people in Qingcheng were rich and lazy and didn't want to wash their socks, so they sold well. Now that e-commerce is booming, it only costs 5 yuan to buy 10 pairs of disposable socks online, while 10 pairs in shopping malls cost 15 yuan. How can we compete with e-commerce? I guess they have a lot of unsold goods and can't convert them into cash, so they are holding off on paying. Meng Yu held his chin and thought for a moment. It would be too time-consuming and unrealistic to go and collect the debt now. He looked up and asked, "How much money is in the factory account now?" 150,000. That's enough. Meng Yu nodded slightly. Since the money is not enough, let's make the plate smaller. For now, we'll use 150,000 as the starting capital. Yang Dao secretly glanced at Meng Yu and felt extremely depressed. I always feel that Meng Yu's words and deeds don't look like a high school student. Is there really a genius in this world? And Yang Dao has met one. Yang Dao hesitated for a few seconds and said awkwardly, Xiao Meng, I still need to save tens of thousands for an emergency. Meng Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, then keep 50,000. Yang Dao was overjoyed. When do we start? It'll only be a few days after I finish the college entrance exam. Okay, I'll follow your instructions. You've been concentrating on the college entrance exam these days, Xiao Meng. How do you usually get home after school? It depends. Sometimes I ride a shared bike, and sometimes I walk back home. Yang Dao frowned. How can that be possible? Xiao Jin. He shouted towards the door. What? Yang Jin pushed the door open, put his left leg on top of his right leg, and leaned against the door frame. You don't have anything to do normally, so pick up Xiao Meng from school every day and send him home safely. Yang Jin immediately turned around and glared at Meng Yu fiercely. Why are you glaring at me? This is what I mean. Yang Dao scolded. Yang Jin snorted coldly and didn't respond. Meng Yu was stunned, but then he thought, it is inconvenient to go home after school, it would be best if someone can send him home. He did not expect Yang Dao to be so considerate. Meng Yu was naturally very happy to see Yang Jin being humiliated. Suddenly, Meng Yu approached Yang Dao with a serious look on his face. I suddenly remembered something. Your daughter is 1 year older than me. It's not nice for me to call you Brother Yang. How about I call you Uncle Yang from now on? Yang Dao waved his hands. Why call me Uncle Yang? I'm already old, and you still call me brother. Okay, it's getting late today, how about I go home first? Okay. Xiao Jin, send Xiao Meng back immediately. Yang Jin got into the car reluctantly. Before leaving, Meng Yu took all the remaining 550 pairs of stockings with him and planned to send them to Gao Chiang. After putting the stuff in the trunk, he got into the passenger seat, reclined the seat, and sighed contentedly. Oh, you know what, it's so cool to have a full-time driver. You little bastard, how did you brainwash my dad? Yang Jin asked angrily. Hey, how can you talk like that? You call Yang Dao dad, and I call Yang Dao brother. According to seniority, you should call me uncle, niece, don't be rude. Hissar. It was still the same place. Meng Yu covered his legs and groaned all the way. Arriving at Qingping apartment, Meng Yu limped to the trunk, took out his stockings, and prepared to leave. The driver's window rolled down, and Yang Jin hooked her finger at him. Come here. As Meng Yu held up his stockings with one hand and covered his legs with the other, he bent over with a face full of resentment. Your father is right, you are indeed rebellious and dare to be violent to your uncle. I will call your father later. Yang Jin stretched out her jade-like hand, pinched Meng Yu's tender cheek that had not been eroded by the wind and frost, and pulled it left and right, causing Meng Yu's head to shake left and right. Hiss, it hurts. As a woman, can you be a little gentler? Who would dare to marry you in the future if you are so violent? I never expected to marry a man. Yang Jin snorted coldly, but did not retract her hands at all. You don't want to marry a man, but a woman. What are you talking about? Meng Yu said unhappily. Yang Jin was stunned for a moment, then raised her chin and said contemptuously, That's right, I am a lesbian, I just don't like you stinky men. Meng Yu suddenly broke free and looked at Yang Jin with a smile. Are you really a lesbian? That's great, whoever marries you will get one free. TSK, it's a pity that you have such a great figure, with a slim waist and a big body, it's a loss to be a lesbian. You're tired of living. Yang Jin was about to open the car door. Meng Yu hurriedly closed the car door, turned around and ran. Don't chase me, I'm the man you'll never get, bye. See Meng Yu running away. Yang Jin snorted coldly. Who wants to chase you, narcissistic? After a moment, the corners of her mouth slowly raised an arc again. However, you are the first man of your age who didn't flatter me with words. Kids nowadays are interesting. But can he really build the factory? I hope Lao Yang didn't trust the wrong person this time. She tucked her slightly curly hair behind her ears, put the car in gear, and disappeared from the intersection a few seconds later. Meng Yu ran all the way to the apartment door, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Jin didn't catch up with him. This woman is really strong. I guess she likes to be on top. She's the type that wants to go all out with her hair tied up. You must not have a woman who's too strong. Otherwise, you'll have to hold onto the wall when you go to the toilet in the middle of the night. He shook his head and was about to turn around and go upstairs. She suddenly noticed that under the streetlight, a figure wearing a sports t-shirt and shorts was staring at her. It seems a little familiar. Meng Yu squinted his eyes and looked at it carefully. He was stunned for a moment, then he grinned. Oh, isn't he this Yu, the school belle of Yuhua? Chapter 14, Put it on and see how it looks on me. Meng Yu pretended not to see it and turned to leave. This woman is very narcissistic. She might even think that I was waiting for her here on purpose. Meng Yu. Yu called out. Meng Yu sighed, turned around, and a smile appeared on his face. Oh, who was that? It's the campus beauty of Yu University. I remember your home is in Phoenixville, why are you here? The sweat on Yu's forehead stuck to her hair, the sweat on her chest was reflected by the streetlight, and her long white legs under her shorts were all full of youthfulness. Running. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and answered indifferently. Didn't you see me just now? Meng Yu scratched his head. Really? No, I have night blindness and can't see clearly at night. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. Wait. Yu called him again. Suddenly, she remembered what Meng Yu said in the afternoon. They couldn't talk to each other anymore. She waved her hand again, it's okay. But she struggled internally, and the moment Meng Yu turned around, she couldn't help but say, your girlfriend is very pretty. Meng Yu was stunned for a moment, girlfriend? Where did I get a girlfriend? Yu was also stunned, pointing in the direction Yang Jin drove away, isn't that the one driving the sports car just now your girlfriend? Oh, no, that's my niece. Niece? For some reason, Yu's mood suddenly improved. You didn't lie to me, did you? Your niece is this big now. Meng Yu glanced at the time and saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. He waved his hand and said, believe it or not, I have to go first. I have something to do. See you later. Hey, Meng Yu. Yu hurriedly called him, lowered her head, hesitated for a while, and then said, I have to apologize to you for what happened this afternoon. Later, Meng Ji told me that she was wrong, and what she said does not represent my opinion. Okay. Yu was about to say, so we can take back our words of ignoring each other. But Meng Yu's indifferent answer made her look resentful. Why are you so cold? Do you really have no feelings for me at all? Yes, I have the feeling, okay. Meng Yu was really impatient. How come this woman was as difficult to please as the school belle in the novels? He squinted his eyes to look at Yu's legs. They were fine, perfect marks, but compared to Yang Jin's curvy legs, they seemed a little lacking. Meng Yu carried a large bag of stockings on his shoulders. Then let me ask you, Udar campus beauty, are you willing to be my girlfriend? Yu's face instantly turned red to the root of her neck, and she said at a loss, why are you doing this so suddenly? I need to think about it. You're crazy. Meng Yu turned around and went upstairs. Only Yu was left standing there in a dishevel, with tears welling up in her eyes. You bastard. I wanted to say that I would give you an answer tomorrow, Meng Yu. I am so disappointed with your performance these past 2 days. Yu wiped away her tears fiercely. I have decided, Meng Yu, before the college entrance examination, I will never talk to you again. Unless you apologize to me. This time I mean what I say. At the same time, Meng Yu turned around and forgot about Yu and came to the door of 802. When he opened the door, Liang Dao greeted him enthusiastically. Hey, brother Meng is here, hurry up, come in. I just sold 6 more. After today's battle, Liang Dao changed his name from Meng Yu from Xiao Meng to Brother Meng. Gao Qiang and the other 2 in the room also stood up at the same time. There was a smile on everyone's face. Brother Meng! Brother Meng! Xiao Meng, you're here at the right time. Gao Qiang came up with his phone in hand, a little worried on his face. A customer asked if we have other styles. Meng Yu took the phone, pursed his lips and fell into thought. You haven't replied to him yet. No, we're just waiting for your instructions. I wanted to tell you in person this afternoon, but we don't know how to respond. Gao Qiang explained. Then don't reply yet. I'll notify the factory and ask them to develop new products. Then Meng Yu put a big bag of stockings on the bed. Here are 550 pieces. If they are all sold, there should be more than 40,000 pieces. Good luck to you guys. I won't come over in the next few days. I'll talk to you after the college entrance examination. I need to review briefly these few days. I can't let my mother know about my business. After a brief explanation, Meng Yu returned home. After dinner, I chatted with my parents for a while, then opened Kuaijiao's short video, searched for pictures, and then locked on a pair of over-the-knee white socks. I took a screenshot and sent it to Yang Dao. Can our factory produce this kind of white socks? Yang Dao replied almost immediately, of course, we took an order from the school before, probably for the welcome party, and ordered a batch of these white socks, but the style is similar to student socks. What's the problem? How long will it take to make a sample? About half an hour. We just happen to have the corresponding machine in our factory. Okay, make one tomorrow. I'll take a look at the sample first and then, if it's okay, we'll produce a batch. Receive. Looking at the message Yang Dao sent, Meng Yu wanted to laugh for some reason. Cows can moo and horses can neigh, and cows and horses can be affected. I reply to my leader every day and today it is finally his turn. This feeling of receiving a reply is so damn good. The next day, Meng Yu went to school as usual. With the college entrance examination just a few days away, everyone is reviewing hard. Even Guodong, who always liked to read novels in class, was taking notes seriously. Meng Yu also put his business aside for the time being and decided to review. Although I was reborn and inherited the memories of my previous life, my mind has been flying into outer space these past 2 days and I have hardly read the textbooks. If I fail in the college entrance examination, my mother will definitely be upset. That day, Meng Yu hardly looked at his phone. It wasn't until the last bell rang that Meng Yu took out his cell phone to check. There are 2 messages on the screen. Gao Chiang, today's sales volume is slightly lower than yesterday's. I have sold 25 items in total through 6 accounts, and the estimated revenue is 2,250. In the afternoon, I went to find some pretty girls to take some photos of my daily life. I am going to decorate the account homepage again. I hope that tomorrow's sales volume will break a record. Yang Dao, the white sock samples you requested have been made. I asked Xiao Jin to take them with her. She has already left for your school. The factory is rushing to make a batch of socks orders tonight. I have to stay in the factory. If you have any questions, you two can communicate first, and Xiao Jin will give me feedback tomorrow. Meng Yu packed his things and prepared to meet Yang Jin at the door. As soon as I stood up, I noticed the unfriendly gaze. Yusiu glared at her resentfully, and Wangmenger beside her also made a face at him. The two of them picked up their school bags and left. Meng Yu ignored him and was about to leave when he was stopped by Guodong. Brother Meng, do you want to go home together? Meng Yu patted his shoulder and said, I can't go home with you recently. Go back by yourself, dear. After saying that, he picked up his school bag and rushed to the door like a fly. Along the way, they also surpassed the trio of Yusiu, Wangmenger, and Zhang Hongbor. As soon as he walked out of the school gate, he saw a blue Subaru parked quietly across the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yang Jin beside him was looking at him with disdain, then she took out a pair of over-the-knee white socks from her bag and threw them to Meng Yu fiercely. I really don't know what Lao Yang sees in you. You're just a pervert. Who would sell this kind of product to? Who would wear this kind of thing on the street? Stop talking nonsense and drive. Meng Yu said anxiously. Where are you going? Yang Jin frowned slightly. To your house. Why are you coming to my house? Yang Jin frowned even deeper. Put it on. I want to see how it looks on me. Chapter 15 Business School Beauty Yang Xiaojin. Are you crazy? Yang Jin's pretty face turned blue and red. Get out. In Yang Jin's eyes, Meng Yu just wanted to take advantage of her. Meng Yu glanced at her sideways, then turned around and was about to get out of the car. Tell your father that the cooperation is terminated. After saying that, he scanned a shared bicycle and prepared to leave. Yang Jin stared at Meng Yu's back angrily. After a few seconds, she suddenly let out a sigh and calmed down. Dad has placed all his hopes on him. If he fails, it will have a huge impact on Dad. She drove to catch up with Meng Yu, lowered the window, and said coldly, get in the car. Meng Yu pedaled his bike with no intention of stopping. You don't want to try it on, do you? Yang Jin suppressed her anger. I'll wear it. But can you guarantee that the new product will be a big hit? Meng Yu smiled but said nothing. Don't force it. In fact, He also wanted to see Yang Jin try it on, but the most important thing was that he wanted to see the effect of the products made by Yang's knitting factory. Since Yang Jin was unwilling, he would not force her. Without Yang's, there would still be Zhang's and Li's. At worst, he could continue to sell stockings and wait for an opportunity. No, I'm not forcing you. Can't I just apologize for my attitude just now? Yang Jin said soft words, but his face remained cold. Is this your attitude of apologizing? Meng Yu pedaled his bicycle slowly. What else do you want? Not so good. The worst that can happen is to cancel the cooperation. You? Yang Jin was so angry that he stepped on the accelerator to overtake Meng Yu, got off the bike and blocked Meng Yu's bike. He pursed his lips and said with strong resentment, I apologize for my attitude just now. I'm sorry. Is that okay? Meng Yu had a blank expression on his face. Then can you cooperate with me honestly? Yang Jin frowned. I have to cooperate with such a demand without any bottom line. Just trying on the products, is that too shameless? Do you still want to help your dad make money? Yang Jin gritted her teeth, and after a moment, she nodded again. Okay, I'll cooperate. Meng Yu then got in the car, and the two of them headed for Yang Jin's home. Yang Jin's home is located in Jinmao Huating, one of the high-end residential areas in Qingcheng City. The housing price is 12,000 yuan per square meter, which is considered high for Qingcheng City. Yang Jin drove the car directly into the basement and took Meng Yu back home. The front door actually has a combination lock, which is not common in 2015. The layout of the house is for bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The decoration of the living room is in a fresh style. It is estimated that Yang Jin had a lot of influence on the decoration. Young people nowadays don't like fancy things, they just like the fresh feeling. Do you need to change your shoes? Meng Yu asked, looking at the slippers on the ground at the door. Yang Jin glanced back at him and said, No, I'm worried that your feet will stink and make me feel uncomfortable. Wait for me in the living room and don't wander around. After saying that, Yang Jin took the stockings and walked into the room with her slender waist. Meng Yu lay naturally on the sofa and looked around. The living room of Yang Jin's house was probably bigger than both of his own. When I have money, I will ask my parents to move to a bigger house. About 5 minutes later, the door of Yang Jin's room opened. Meng Yu was stunned for a moment, unable to move his eyes away. Don't keep staring at me like that. Yang Jin's face turned slightly red. To match their white stockings, she wore a loose t-shirt on the upper body and a blue and white short skirt on the lower body, matched with knee-length white stockings. The most outrageous thing is the surging breasts that cannot be covered up even by a loose t-shirt. Changing from a mature outfit to a pure one, Yang Jin's personality seemed to have changed, from being aloof to a shy girl. This makes me look like I'm the same age. So damn good looking. Meng Yu thought to himself. Yang Jin walked to the full-length mirror in the living room and looked at herself, then turned around and asked shyly, Do I look good? Yeah, it looks good. Meng Yu stroked his chin and commented with a smile. Yang Jin pouted her lips and said, You're lucky. This is the first time a man has seen me dressed like this since I was a child. If the boys in our school knew about this, they would probably want to dig your eyes out. From what you said, you are very popular in your school. Meng Yu asked with a smile. Yang Jin snorted, raised her chin and said proudly, They all say I'm the school belle. University. Nonsense. Amazing. Meng Yu sighed in his heart. The campus beauties in college are not on the same level as the campus beauties in high school. After all, universities come from all over the world, and being recognized as a school beauty is definitely much more valuable than being recognized as a city-level high school beauty. It's strange. I've lived 2 lifetimes, but I can't avoid dealing with school beauties. Am I really the protagonist? The legendary son of destiny. Where did you go to college? Yuzhou University of Economics and Business. Yuzhou Economics and Trade. Meng Yu was stunned and asked hurriedly, After the summer vacation, you should be a sophomore. He was shocked because he was also in this university in his previous life. Yes. Yang Jin adjusted the corner of her skirt in front of the mirror, as if she was admiring her own peerless beauty in the mirror. Meng Yu was puzzled. Hey, she's actually an alumnus? This shouldn't be possible. Yang Jin is so beautiful, it's impossible for me to have no impression of her at all. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. In my last life, I was beaten up by Aqiang before I graduated from high school. Since then, I have an inexplicable fear of women. I didn't dare to have contact with women for 4 years in college. I was in a daze and stayed in the dormitory playing games every day. Aqiang, you are the one who is responsible for this. Meng Yu looked down at his phone and said, "It's getting late. I'm quite satisfied with this pair of over-the-knee white socks. I can mass-produce them. Also, do you have any black stockings at home? Why, do you still want to see?" Yang Jin rolled her eyes. Although she was reluctant, she returned to her room and took out a pair of black silk stockings for the sake of her father's business. "You're lucky. There really is one. I helped the factory try out new styles before." Meng Yu narrowed his eyes, sizing up the black silk stockings, and then said to Yang Jin, "After the factory's order is finished, ask your dad to make another sample." "What style? Ordinary black stockings?" "Of course not. I'll make an improvement on the ordinary black silk. The top is still the traditional black silk, but from top to bottom." Meng Yu gestured on the black silk. "I want to make a gradient color. It can be gradient pink, it can be gradient blue, it can be a variety of colors, and make a few samples." Yang Jin's eyes widened. "Gradual change. Is there such black silk on the market? Or did you come up with it yourself? You have a wild imagination." She then looked at Meng Yu with disdain. "You usually look at this stuff a lot, don't you?" "Yeah, but I always look at it with a critical eye." Meng Yu admitted expressionlessly. This gradient color was very popular in 2024, and almost every dancing blogger had one. Since no one is doing it now, maybe I can be the first to try it and it will definitely make me famous. Also, if you have nothing to do in the next 2 days, ask your dad to come up with a brand name. Yang's is not a good name. It would be best if it can leave a deep impression on people and can be easily spread by word of mouth. You want to build a brand? Yang Jin was even more surprised. She was surprised at Meng Yu's idea. He was just a high school student, but he already had brand awareness. Can stockings be a brand? Meng Yu chuckled. Even the most unpresentable elves can become a brand, so why can't stockings be made? What Smurfs? Yang Jin's big eyes were full of confusion. "Oh, nothing. Remember to pass on my message. I'm leaving. Don't you want me to take you there?" Yang Jin's tone softened a little. From what Meng Yu had just said about branding, Yang Jin, who had studied planning for a year, discovered that Meng Yu seemed to be a little different. Meng Yuan declined her kindness, went downstairs, picked up a bicycle and went home. Yang Jin also rushed to the factory to convey Meng Yu's words to his father. In the next few days, Meng Yu prepared for the college entrance examination, and even took the time to help Guodong predict the topic of the college entrance examination essay in the previous life. There was no way, that was all he could think of. Guodong didn't believe it at first, but seeing Meng Yu's confident look, he still watched the essay contest obediently. For several days, Gao Qiang sent sales records to Meng Yu every day. Yang Dao also made the gradient stockings sample that Meng Yu mentioned. On the afternoon of June 8, the broadcast announcing the end of the exam sounded. Another group of high school students have completed 12 years of hard study. Chapter 16, Only Love, deleted successfully. Some people take this opportunity to confess their love to their beloved girls. Some people excitedly discussed with their classmates where to go for summer vacation. Some people rushed out of the school gate to hug their parents. But few people discussed the difficult problems in the previous exam. People are always afraid of unknown results and try to avoid them. The best solution is to avoid talking about them. Brother Meng. Meng Yu was walking leisurely towards the door when he was suddenly stopped by Guodong's excited voice. "You are so awesome. How did you guess the college entrance examination essay?" "Because I traveled back through time," Meng Yu said with a smile. "You're just bragging. Hey, what do you say about the party tomorrow night? Do you want to confess your love to the school beauty Yu?" "Party?" Meng Yu raised his eyebrows. "Why didn't I know there was a party?" Guodong was also stunned. No one notified you?" After thinking for a moment, he slapped his thigh and said, "I know. Zhang Hongbor must have deliberately hidden it from you." Meng Yu couldn't help laughing. "There's such a thing. Yeah. After all, this party was organized by Zhang Hongbor, and his father paid for it." Oh no, I'm afraid Zhang Hongbor is going to confess his love to Yusiyu in public. And then? Meng Yu asked casually. What else is there to do? You have to go with me. Otherwise, Zhang Hongbor will poach you. Guodong was more anxious than Meng Yu. Meng Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this look. He waved his hands and said, That's enough. Yusiyu is not my girlfriend, so how can you say she's trying to poach me? Just go ahead. You are thick-skinned and can eat meat. Just listen to me and confess your love to the school beauty again. Maybe it will work out. Meng Yu patted Guodong on the shoulder and said, Okay, just because you thought about me today, I will definitely buy you an Audi A4 in the future. Brother, I like A6. I'll buy you an A8. After fooling Guodong away, Meng Yu finally arrived at the school gate and reunited with his parents who had been waiting there. Zhao Caixia was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand, which was unusually romantic. When she saw Meng Yu coming out, she immediately went to greet him. Congratulations on your graduation, son. My good son, how did you do in the exam? Can you go to college? Meng Mingliang also came forward with a cigarette in his mouth and smiled. Zhao Caixia slapped him in anger and said, My son just finished his exam, let him relax, why are you asking about his grades? Meng Mingliang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, Dad was inconsiderate. Come on, son, I'll take you to a good meal. A family of 3 ordered a large seafood buffet. The 3 of them ate and chatted. Meng Mingliang asked with a smile, Son, what are your plans for the next 2 months? Do you want to go traveling? Your second aunt's son went to Sonya for a week after taking the college entrance examination 2 years ago. Do you want to go on a trip, son? Mom will sign you up for a tour group. Meng Yu picked up a large piece of oyster and stuffed it into his mouth. I don't have any plans. I plan to find something to do during the summer vacation and make money to help you reduce your burden. Meng Mingliang excitedly gave him a thumbs up. Good son, you are worthy of being my son. But son, let's focus on combining work and rest. If you want to go somewhere for fun during the summer vacation, just say it boldly. Don't be afraid to spend money. Your dad will pay for the expenses. How about I wait until I think of it? Meng Yu said with a smile. The couple nodded immediately. Take this opportunity to tell you something. After get off work tonight, your mom and I plan to go out and set up a stall. Meng Mingliang picked up another oyster for his son. Meng Yu was stunned for a moment. Set up a stall? Where? Let's go to Qingping Square. There'll be a lot of people there at night. You can set up a stall to sell some toys or something. You'll have nothing to do anyway. Zhao Caixia said with a kind smile as she picked up some food for Meng Yu. Meng Yu nodded and did not stop him. People of our parents' generation were always busy and would like to squeeze out their sleeping time to make money. However, Meng Yu believed that once he made enough money, he would be able to put an end to this situation. After dinner, Meng Yu didn't go anywhere. He accompanied his parents to Qingping Mountain for a walk and chat. He hadn't felt this relaxed for a long time, which made Meng Yu more determined to make money. His goal is to change his parents' bad habit of eating staple foods so that they can be full by eating lobsters. The family strolled around until after 10 o'clock before returning home. As soon as he got home, Meng Mingliang mysteriously gave Meng Yu an OPPO Find 7 as a graduation gift. After Meng Yu finished importing the data from his old phone, he just turned on his new phone and a QQ message popped up on the screen. Guodong, brother Meng, they have scheduled a party at Luban Hotel tomorrow night, are you sure you won't come? Guodong, trust me, just come. I don't want to see the school beauty being snatched away by that bastard Zhang Hongbor. Guodong, what are you doing? Why don't you reply to the message? Meng Yu chuckled after reading it. Zhang Hongbor, the boss, didn't invite me. If I take the initiative to go, wouldn't it be a waste of time? If Zhang Hongbor can really catch up with her, I'll let her go. What's the use of being a school beauty? When I make money, I'll find a younger school beauty. A bunch of kids getting together, what a mess. Meng Yu replied, go ahead and have fun. I'll definitely go next time. Then Meng Yu opened Yang Dao's text message interface again. Meng Yu, brother Yang, are all the samples ready? Yang Dao, I worked overnight and have finished it. I am just waiting for you to come and inspect it. When will you come? Meng Yu, see you tomorrow. Yang Dao, got it. That night, Meng Yu opened the Kuaiji short video again and followed several good-looking female anchors in the same city who had tens of thousands of fans. If you want to open up the market for stockings, it's best to start in the same city. Female internet celebrities with a large number of fans in the same city can even set the trend of a city. Not to mention anything else, first of all, the energetic young girls who often brush their feet will definitely be the first to imitate, and then the stockings will have a market. After finishing all this, Meng Yu accidentally opened the QQ Space photo album. There are some things he has said in the past few years. I used to love you very much, thank you very much for letting me learn tilde. Give up. If a love is so cherished, then please let it go. There were 2 more black lines on Meng Yu's face. I used to be really disgusting. He also found some photos of Nissan GTR that he took on the roadside when he was in junior high school. Even though 10 years had passed, he still couldn't help but be moved when he saw this car again. Little slut, you have been seducing me for more than 10 years. Just wait, at most half a year. When I get you, I will fuck you hard. It was past 11 o'clock, and Meng Yu was about to put down his phone and go to sleep when he felt sleepy. The QQ notification sound rang again. Who is it, so late at night? The screen shows the message sent by the user, True Love Only. Did Zhang Hongbor tell you? Tomorrow is the last class reunion before graduation. Let's get together again. I have something to say to you. Who is this? My only love? I had a girlfriend in high school. Meng Yu frowned. After thinking for a moment, I remembered that this was Yusiyu. Back then, he was so in love with her that he wishfully marked Yusiyu as his true love, and her only true love. Change it quickly, it's too disgusting. He quickly clicked on Yusiyu's homepage, but his hand was too fast and he accidentally clicked delete while sliding the interface. The words, confirm delete, appeared on the screen. Meng Yu was stunned for a moment, and his hand hanging on the screen shook accidentally. Buzz. Contact, love only, deleted successfully. Meng Yu? Chapter 17 Herd Behavior. God has eyes, I didn't delete this on purpose, it was just a slip of the hand, go to sleep. Meng Yu fell asleep. At the same time, Yusiyu, who was holding her cell phone, was so angry that she sat up and ruffled her hair. He actually deleted me. Meng Yu, you'd better not come to the class reunion tomorrow, otherwise I will make you look bad when I see you. Yusiyu covered her face and was so angry that she cried. What does it mean that he deleted me? Doesn't he plan to contact me again in the future? Very good, Meng Yu, if I take the initiative to talk to you next time, I will take your last name. The next morning. As soon as Meng Yu went downstairs, he saw Yang Jin's car parked far away across the street. Get in the car. Yang Jin lowered the window and waved. Sitting in the passenger seat, Meng Yu realized that Yang Jin's outfit today was very hot. She was wearing a tight blue t-shirt that was about to show through her upper body, and white shorts on her lower body. She was sitting in the driver's seat, and her white thighs were moving back and forth between the accelerator and the brake, which made Meng Yu's mouth dry. Hold on, make money first. You can't date the factory director's daughter before you make any money. Besides, you can't control this woman, Meng Yu. Arrival at the factory. Yang Dao was sorting out financial reports. When he saw Meng Yu come in, he immediately stood up to greet him. Xiao Meng, congratulations on becoming a prospective college student. How is it going? Are you confident in the exam? Don't worry, I'll have a good foundation in the second-tier universities. Meng Yu walked to the sofa and sat down. Yang Dao brought tea with a smile. Are you so confident? When you fill out your application, you can consider going to the same school as Xiao Jin. Then, Xiao Jin will be able to protect you. Women protecting men? That's totally the opposite of what Qian Gang is doing. Meng Yu, have you finished the gradient color stockings sample I asked you to make? It's been ready a long time ago. Yang Dao took out the sample from his desk with a smile. There are 4 color combinations in total. Black fades to white. Black gradient pink. Black gradient to navy blue. Black to purple gradient. Are there any pictures of the effect of wearing it? Meng Yu asked again. This. Yang Dao scratched his head, locked his eyes on his daughter, waved his hand and urged, Xiao Jin, try it on and let Xiao Meng see the effect. Me again. Yang Jin looked reluctant. We can't let the old workers in our workshop try, right? Xiao Meng, let's go out first. The two left the office. After Yang Jin shouted, okay, the two returned. As soon as he entered the room, Meng Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Yang Jin was trying on a gradient purple dress. The sensory impact brought by her slender legs and the gradient color almost made Meng Yu lose control of himself. A certain singer was not lying to me. Purple really has a certain charm. I don't have any clothes to match. It's weird to match this with white shorts, right? Yang Jin said sadly, pushing her bangs behind her ears. Xiao Meng, is this the effect you want? Yang Dao asked impatiently. Meng Yu nodded, that's the effect. So what do we do next? Meng Yu retracted his gaze, took out his phone, and asked while scrolling, how much liquidity do we have available now? Yang Dao pulled out the financial statements, including the orders rushed out a few days ago and the cash paid by the other party. The factory has a total of 220,000. They said they would leave 50,000 for me for emergencies. Is 170,000 enough? Meng Yu nodded, that's enough. Take a look at these female internet celebrities. Yang Dao came over immediately and looked at the bloggers with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of fans on his phone. He had a strange expression on his face. You're not going to ask them to do publicity, are you? Meng Yu just smiled and said nothing, let's contact them first. By the way, have you registered the trademark I asked you to register? I registered it. Xiao Jin told me about it that night, and I went to register it the next morning. It took a few days to review and it was just approved yesterday. Yang Dao took out the trademark registration documents from his desk. Seeing the brand name, Meng Yu couldn't help but laugh. Jinyu socks, what's the special meaning? It was you who came up with the concept of brand, so I wanted to add the element of your name, and then add my daughter's, and it became Jinyu. Yang Dao lit a cigarette and grinned. Meng Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The name is well chosen, Jinyu, it has a bit of the flavor of a big brand. Next, let's start looking for bloggers to promote our products. I'll show you a demonstration first, and then you'll be in charge of connecting with the rest of the female influencers. Meng Yu first found a female internet celebrity named Yu Bo, who was one of the beauty bloggers he had locked onto last night. She was a little on the edge, wearing a short skirt or a dress, and occasionally black stockings. But because of her innocent face and charming eyes, the number of likes on her videos fluctuated around 5,000, proving that her fans were all active fans. Why should we look for a blogger with good looks instead of a blogger who is just passing the test? I am a borderline blogger, only men like me, but I can't sell new stockings to men. It's different for beauty bloggers. Sometimes women like beautiful women more than men. Therefore, some bloggers with good looks have more female fans than male fans. Clicking on the private chat interface, Meng Yu got straight to the point. Hello, we are Jinyu Socks, and we would like to invite you to promote our products. We are willing to pay a commission of 20,000 yuan. In addition, for every pair of stockings you sell, we can give you a commission of 10 yuan. Yang Dao was a little worried. Isn't that too straightforward? He feels like a liar. Besides, he is an internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Can he reply to accounts like ours that don't have that many fans? Meng Yu chuckled. In 2024, these internet celebrities have many ways to monetize, and it is not certain that they can make 20,000 yuan. But this is 2015, and it's still quite short videos. Internet celebrities have basically no other way to make money except PK. 20,000 is enough for a small anchor like this to PK for several days. What's more, there are commissions for the subsequent sale of stockings. More importantly, Meng Yu had checked the information of this female blogger and found that she was only 21 years old. 20,000 yuan was definitely not a small amount of money for her. The chat box shows that it has been read. Yu Bo also quickly replied, private. Then the other party sent a string of green signal codes. Meng Yu used Yang Dao's green letter to add the other party and directly transferred 20,000 yuan. Brother Dao Poetry and Distance, this is our Jinyu sincerity. If you are willing to cooperate, I will tell you the details of the cooperation. If you are not willing to cooperate, you can ignore the transfer. Yu Bo, are these regular stockings? How much do you sell them for? Brother Dao Poetry and Distant Places, 66. Yu Bo, the price is so high, can it be sold? Brother Dao Poetry and Distance, you don't have to think about this. Even if you can't sell it, you will still make 20,000 yuan in profit. We only need you to post a video about the product within 1 month. Our company guarantees that the content of the video will never damage the reputation and image of your account and blogger, and we can also assist in writing the video script throughout the process. You only need to review it at that time. After the review is passed, you can shoot the content and upload the video. These can be included in the contract. The contract is for 1 month. Whether to renew the contract after 1 month can be discussed at that time. If you agree, you can charge 20,000 yuan now, and our company will send someone to your door to customize the contract with you. Yubo, transfer has been received. Yubo, you can come over now. Location, Unit 1 of Blue Bay Castle. My phone number is 155,155. Yang Dao and Yang Jin, who were standing by, were stunned. Especially Meng Yu's words when he forged the contract. The father and daughter began to doubt their lives. Was Meng Yu really just a high school student? But soon, Yang Jin frowned. 1 month, 20,000, if there is no effect, wouldn't it be a waste of 20,000? Meng Yu chuckled. One blogger in the same city won't be able to make waves. It will take at least 6 or 7 relatively influential people to post together. I want to create a herd effect. Wait. Yang Dao scratched his hair. What? Didn't you wash your hair? Meng Yu asked. No, I feel like I need to grow a brain. Yang Dao scratched even harder. Although he has been in business for more than 10 years, his stockings are of good quality, so word spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Dealers always come to him to buy the stock. He has never worried about sales and has never been involved in advertising. Not to mention the herd effect. What is this herd effect? Yang Dao asked with a grin. Meng Yu smiled faintly. To put it simply, it's just following the trend. It is a social psychology phenomenon, usually referring to the behavior of people who are influenced by the outside world and blindly follow a certain trend. In modern society, many young people are too lazy to think independently and choose to follow the choices of the majority. This phenomenon is called the herd effect in psychology, also known as the herd effect. As a short video operator in his previous life, the herd effect has always been Meng Yu's trump card in controlling buyers. If you want to work in operations, but you don't even understand the customer's psychology, what is the point of working in operations? Chapter 18 Yang Jin, if you earn 50 million, I will be your servant. During the morning, Meng Yu contacted 7 bloggers with different levels of fans. Some have around 500,000 fans, some have around 100,000, and the lowest is around 20,000, but the fan stickiness is very high. The prices offered are also different. Those with a large number of fans can get up to 30,000, while those with a small number of fans can get as low as 5,000. Using the same rhetoric, one blogger with 100,000 followers refused to cooperate, believing that Meng Yu was a liar. In total, the first batch signed contracts with 6 bloggers, with a total cost of 150,000 yuan. Contact them, bring the contract, and go to their house to sign the contract. Meng Yu said lightly. Yang Dao shook his head. For such a big deal as signing a contract, I think it's better to talk about it face to face. How about I organize a party tonight and call the 6 of you over? We can have a meal and talk at the Chengyud Hotel. Chengyud is the largest hotel in Qingcheng City and the only 5-star hotel. Meng Yu was silent for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll do as you say. After the discussion, Yang Dao immediately went to their workshop and personally supervised the production of new products. Fortunately, the factory has enough raw materials in stock, so it does not have to invest too much in production. As soon as Yang Dao left, Yang Jin sat down next to Meng Yu, crossed his legs, folded his arms across his chest, and said unhappily. You've spent 150,000 yuan of our family's money in just this morning. If you can't make back the money, I will definitely not forgive you. Seeing that Meng Yu didn't say anything but just smiled, Yang Jin suddenly became anxious and asked quickly. You're not sure, are you? When it comes to business, there is no such thing as a sure thing. If it were really that good, everyone would do business. Meng Yu teased deliberately. In his mind, this matter was not 9-10% sure, but 10-10% sure. He had done a lot of operations in his previous life, and he understood the customer's psychology too well. He was 100% sure that he could make this happen. Sure enough, Yang Jin immediately became anxious. You are simply making a fuss. My dad is really crazy. He actually believed what a high school student like you said. Meng Yu, if my factory goes bankrupt, I will definitely not forgive you. After saying that, Yang Jin pinched Meng Yu's thigh hard. Hissar. Meng Yu screamed and subconsciously slapped Yang Jin's gradient color. Rogue. Yang Jin quickly dodged and loosened her grip on Meng Yu's hand. Meng Yu quickly rubbed his thighs. Fuck, you're a tigress. And a tigress wearing stockings. Go to hell. From now on, except when you go home to sleep at night, I will keep an eye on you at all times to prevent you from running away. Yang Jin raised her pink fist and threatened. Even to the toilet. Yang Jin slowly approached Meng Yu. Are you betting on whether I dare or not? I'm warning you in advance. Don't be rude to me when you meet those bloggers tonight. They are our cash cows. Also, what if I help your family make money? Be my girlfriend. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled with squinted eyes. Humph, you wish. Didn't I tell you? I'm a lesbian. Yang Jin raised her chin proudly. Then you and your girlfriend will be my girlfriend together. You're looking for death. Yang Jin was about to strangle Meng Yu again. Meng Yu quickly got up and ran away, and the two of them played cat and mouse around the sofa. Don't come over here, or I'll call you Dad. You were the first to commit a crime. You were the one who questioned me first. Yang Jin's chest heaved with anger. Meng Yu's heart was pounding as he watched this. It was truly the best. But Yang Jin soon recovered and his breathing became steady. Meng Yu was not satisfied with throwing it, so he deliberately provoked her again. How about this? If I can help your family earn 10 million, you and your girlfriend will both be my girlfriends. Are you talking nonsense? It's only 10 million, you're dreaming. I'll only consider you if you make at least 50 million. Fuck, 50 million? For 50 million, you can just come and be my maid. Meng Yu was also angry. After he was reborn, he took the initiative to come to the door to help, but this woman was actually taking advantage of him. Okay. Yang Jin agreed without hesitation. Meng Yu was stunned for a moment. The image of Yang Jin dressed as a maid suddenly appeared in his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. Really? What if you don't keep your word? Then I will be disfigured when I leave. Yang Jin took out her biggest fear as a bet, and then she moved closer and said sinisterly, but if you can't even earn 1 million, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, he snorted coldly and left angrily, as if a mountain was collapsing and the earth was cracking in his chest. Meng Yu let out a long sigh, and was also angry in his heart. This is too much, just wait, sooner or later I will make you wear your stockings and be my servant. At noon, Yang Dao led Meng Yu and Yang Jin to eat a few bites. During the afternoon, Gao Qiong called Meng Yu to report his gains over the past few days. The stockings sold some time ago have basically all been signed for, and the money has been transferred. In just a few days, more than 20,000 yuan has been received, and nearly 240 pairs of stockings have been sold. Meng Yu immediately went to Qingping apartment to meet up with the four people. As soon as they entered the door, the four of them almost grinned from ear to ear. Gao Qiong took 2 stacks of banknotes and clapped them lightly on his hands. Brother Meng, I really admire you now. It would take me a year to earn this much money in the past, but you only spent a few days to earn it. Gao Qiong stuffed all the money into Meng Yu's hands and said, you have the final say on how to distribute it. Meng Yu took out 5,000 yuan and gave the rest back to Gao Qiong. He has to take a driver's license test during the summer vacation, and the registration fee is 1,500 yuan. He doesn't plan to ask his parents for money, and will use the rest for emergencies. What do you mean, all this money is given to us? Gao Qiong and the other 3 stared at each other. Don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll take it all away. Meng Yu took it back jokingly. Hey. Liang Dao wiped his saliva. Gao Qiong was embarrassed. It's not that I don't want it. I have more than 15,000 left. This is too much. You came up with the idea. We are just workers. Just give us 1,000 yuan each. It's much higher than our previous salary. Meng Yu smiled secretly in his heart, once again making sure that he had not made a mistake. If Gao Qiong was a real scoundrel with corrupt character, he would have run away with the 20,000 yuan long ago. First of all, Gao Qiong sent messages every day to report the sales situation. Secondly, as soon as he made money, he gave it to Meng Yu for distribution. This made him worthy of Meng Yu's trust. What's more, even if we give them money now, they still think it's too much, which is enough to prove that none of the four are greedy. Sure, as long as we give them a chance, they will be able to accomplish great things in the future. Meng Yu thought to himself, and he lit a cigarette. You've been busy with sales these past few days, and you found the models for the photo shoot, so you should get the money. Gao Chung shook his head and said seriously, it's different. You were the one who came up with the idea. Don't worry, Xiao Meng. We have to abide by the rules when we are out here. What's ours is definitely ours, and what's not ours, we won't take a cent more. Meng Yu pursed his lips, stood up, pointed at Gao Chung's nose and started to curse. As the eldest brother, you are still pretending to be so arrogant. It's fine if you want to pretend to be arrogant, but have you ever thought about your brothers? Are you a qualified eldest brother? Look at what kind of cigarettes your brothers are smoking. Meng Yu picked up the soft pack of Hongtashan on the table and threw it to the ground. You are all smoking Hongtashan. If I were Liang Dao and the others, I would definitely rebel against you. Liang Dao scratched his head embarrassedly. Take it. If you work with me, you deserve this much money. Besides, this little money is nothing. I will lead my brothers to make big money in the future. Meng Yu held a cigarette in his mouth, acting like a big brother. Gao Chung lowered his head, like a scolded younger brother, but he never reached out to take the money that Meng Yu handed over. Meng Yu sighed softly, take it, or I won't play with you guys anymore. Gao Chung then took it hesitantly. Meng Yu patted his shoulder and said, that's right. Divide the money among the brothers. Don't sell the remaining stockings for now. Take a few days off and buy some clothes. Also, Gao Chung, shave your yellow hair and dye it back. If I take you to a fancy hotel, they'll hardly let you in. Liang Dao and the other two people next to them covered their mouths and laughed. Liang Dao, what are you laughing at? I said he didn't say anything about you. Your bangs become middle-parted when the wind blows them, making you look like a traitor. Hurry up and shave them off, and have a more mature hairstyle. Liang Dao also lowered his head silently. Shu Song and you, dye your purple hair back. Zheng Hao shrank back and dared not say a word. After a scolding, Meng Yu went downstairs and bought a pack of Su cigarettes for a few people. Then he left. As for why so much money was given to 4 people. First, Meng Yu does not need money in the early stage. Even if he does, the initial investment will be provided by Yang Dao. Second, Meng Yu cannot make money for his parents, as his parents will ask him where the money comes from. He can only do this after he goes to college. Now it is enough for him not to ask his parents for pocket money. Of course, he will definitely have to accept it if his parents give it to him. 3. It is definitely worth it to use this small amount of money to recruit Gao Chung and the other 3. Meng Yu has a hunch that Gao Chung and the other 3 can definitely provide great help on the road to starting a business. They are down to earth, hard-working and not cunning. These few qualities are enough to prove that the 4 of them are as good as cattle and horses. Of course, Meng Yu now treats them as his own brothers. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Yang Dao and his daughter drove the business bike to pick up Meng Yu, and the 3 of them went to Chengyud Hotel to meet the 6 bloggers. As soon as they met in the car, Yang Jin snorted coldly and turned his head away, obviously still angry about what happened at noon. Chapter 19, Meeting the Beauty Blogger. Meng Yu didn't care either. About 20 minutes later, downstairs at Chengyuder building, Yang Dao parked the car according to the instructions of the hotel receptionist, and the 3 of them went upstairs together. I originally wanted to book room 888, as it has a good meaning and means wealth, but unfortunately it's already been booked, so I can only book room 666. Yang Dao muttered. Don't worry, I can make you rich even if you eat in the hall. Meng Yu joked. Yang Dao smiled happily, put his arm around Meng Yu's shoulders and said with a smile, I feel relieved when you say that. Have the bloggers arrived yet? It should be here. I made an appointment with them at 7 o'clock, and it's already 7 o'clock now. Yang Dao said after looking at his watch. Meng Yu nodded. Following the waiter's instructions, I came to the private room. As soon as I entered the door, I found 6 women with good looks and figures playing with their mobile phones. When he saw the 3 people coming in, he just looked up, put away his phone silently, and didn't say hello. Wow, they all have quite the personality. Meng Yu thought to himself. Hello, everyone. It's our first meeting. Let me introduce myself. Yang Dao spoke first. I am Yang Dao, who sent a private message to chat with you today. I am also the factory director of Jinyu Socks. Thank you very much for having the honor to meet with me. The six women looked at each other and nodded slightly, each of them looking aloof and cool. Meng Yu looked around at the six people. It can be said that each of them has its own characteristics. The youngest should be Yu Bo, who is 21 years old. She looks the same as in the video, with a baby face, middle-parted bangs, slightly curly hair, and wears a JK uniform. She is very cute. The overall score should be 8 points. The oldest one should be the one with long wavy hair. Her ID is Itachi Ucher's wife outside the circle. The name sounds like it comes from the second dimension, but in real life she is a mature woman. She wears a black belly exposing suspender top, tight jeans on the bottom, and has a tall figure. She has the largest number of fans, about 500,000, and she is the most arrogant one. The other 4 bloggers were all contacted by Yang Dao, and Meng Yu couldn't remember their names for the time being. Please introduce yourselves, including your short video ID, real name, and number of short video fans. Meng Yu said lightly. The 6 people looked at Yang Dao together. It seemed as if he felt that Meng Yu looked too young and unconvincing. Yang Dao said quickly, "Let me introduce you. This is our company's marketing director, Meng Yu. From now on, all the video content you publish will be connected with him." The 6 people then began to look Meng Yu in the face. "Let me go first." Yu Bo stood up first. She had been secretly looking at Meng Yu since she entered the door. After hearing Yang Dao's introduction, she looked at Meng Yu with a slight gleam in her big eyes. "My Kuaijiao ID is Yu Bo, my real name is Hu Yu, and I have 60,000 Kuaijiao fans." Then another girl in a blue dress stood up, with a curvy figure, Kuaishou ID, Yuzhou Ju Yangqing, real name Liu Siki, Kuaishou fans 180,000. "My Kuaishou ID is Lam Skewers, my real name is Yang Meng Meng, and I have 20,000 Kuaishou fans." The girl who was speaking had short side-parted hair, a white t-shirt tucked into a short skirt, and eyes that were somewhat similar to Yang Jin's, charming phoenix eyes, but she spoke very quietly. "My name is Liu Xingyu, my ID is, and I have 290,000 fans." The girl who spoke had bangs, big eyes, and a cute look, but she spoke slowly and seemed a little cold. "My name is Guo Mao Mao, my ID is Jumao, and I have 410,000 fans." The person who spoke this time was a sexy woman wearing frameless glasses and a business suit. Her figure was nearly 80% similar to Yang Jin's, tall and plump. The only difference is that this woman not only has a queen-like figure, but also a standard queen-like face. Her figure is slightly inferior to Yang Jin's, but it is also top-notch. The last one to speak was the one with the most fans, the belly-bearing camisole, and she didn't even stand up. You can look up the Kuaijiao ID yourself later. Her real name is Jin Ya, and she has 510,000 followers. Meng Yu and Yang Dao looked at each other, and Yang Dao shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, it is normal for people with a lot of fans to be arrogant. Yang Jin was different. He snorted coldly and expressed his dissatisfaction directly. Meng Yu didn't have a good impression of this woman. Since he had already taken the money, why should he pretend to be noble? "Let me confirm again, everyone here has the intention to cooperate, right?" Meng Yu asked calmly. Hu Yu, whose ID is Yu Bo, nodded immediately. "Yes, of course, but I want to see your products first." The other 4 bloggers nodded. After taking the stockings, they began to look at them carefully, and were surprised by the rare gradient color combination. They had never seen this style of stockings in this era. Only Jin Ya had a blank expression on her face, leaning back in her chair with her arms folded across her chest. "Let me make it clear first, I will only cooperate with you for 1 month, and I will not post anything related after 1 month." After saying that, she crossed her legs and muttered, "If I wasn't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't post something as unpresentable as this on my account." "What do you mean by not being presentable? You have no confidence in your product before you even start selling it." "Miss, are you sure you have the intention to cooperate?" Yang Jin asked in a deep voice. Jin Ya looked impatient. "Nonsense, why did you come to me if you have no intention?" Relying on the fact that she has more than 500,000 fans, she didn't take the 3 people seriously at all. "Then explain to me what you mean by not presentable." Yang Jin argued unconvinced. "Xiao Jin." Yang Dao hurriedly scolded his daughter. Then he said with a smile, "Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth." Jin Ya snorted and rolled her eyes. It was just a casual remark. Do you have to be so sensitive? Did I hit a sore spot? You? Yang Jin was originally a proud woman. For the sake of her father, she was willing to suppress her anger, but this woman provoked her again, and she really couldn't stand it. Just as he was about to speak, Meng Yu suddenly pointed at Jin Ya and said, "You, get out." Yang Jin was stunned. Yang Dao also looked at Meng Yu in surprise. Jin Ya's expression froze, and she frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that I won't cooperate with you anymore. Get out and don't delay our conversation." Meng Yu had a blank expression on his face. Jin Ya stood up suddenly, pointed at Meng Yu's nose and cursed, "Who do you think you are? It's not up to you to decide whether to cooperate or not." She looked at Yang Dao and said, "Boss, ask your employees to apologize to me, otherwise I will refuse to cooperate. I have more than 500,000 yuan. If you don't cooperate with me, it will be your loss." Yang Dao looked at Meng Yu, then at the woman, pursed his lips and said, "Meng Yu's meaning is my meaning. I will decide on this matter. If you don't go out, I'll call security." Meng Yu said calmly. Jin Ya was so angry that she was shaking all over. After all, she was pretty and other men usually coaxed her and flattered her, but today she was kicked out in public, and she was just a little brat. "I'll remember you guys. Wait for me." "Security!" Meng Yu shouted at the door expressionlessly. Jin Ya stood up, twisted her waist and left angrily. "Don't forget to transfer the deposit back. I'll leave you 500 yuan as your taxi fare today." Meng Yu shouted at the door. Turning back again, Meng Yu muttered, "You like to show off so much, you might as well be underwear in your next life. I'll let you show off every day." Yang Jin came back to her senses from her confusion. She thought Meng Yu would protect women like his father did. After all, women have a large number of fans, which is good for publicity. She didn't expect Meng Yu to let the woman go so decisively. Is he helping me vent my anger? Yang Jin's lips curled up secretly, and she rubbed the corner of Meng Yu's clothes with her hands under the table, giving Meng Yu a sweet smile. "What are you doing? Are you scratching your hand?" Meng Yu asked in confusion. Chapter 20, Encountering a Classmate Reunion. "You?" Yang Jin's face changed and he became furious. Is this Meng Yu made of wood? But when she thought of Meng Yu helping her vent her anger, her eyes softened when she looked at Meng Yu. Okay, everyone else here should be interested in cooperating, right? The remaining 5 women were all shocked by Meng Yu's decisiveness. But they also disliked Jin Ya at the beginning, and Meng Yu's move was exactly what they wanted, and the 6 of them began to like Meng Yu a lot more. "That's fine with me. No problem. In fact, as long as you provide the video copy, whether it can sell depends on the quality of your product." Whose ID is, Yubo, smiled with his eyes narrowed. Meng Yu showed an approving look. "Let me briefly talk about the content of the copy. The core is that women have the freedom to dress in any way they want." The 5 people stared at each other in amazement, finding the concept proposed by Meng Yu very novel. Little did they know that in 2024, this concept was played out in various ways by a very small number of rural female boxers. What do you call this? This is called learning from the barbarians in order to defeat them. If you can do what they want, it will be easy to make money from them. What is women's freedom of dress? Meng Yu said slowly, "In this era, many women are bound by old-fashioned thinking. The elders do not allow them to wear belly-revealing clothes, shorts or skirts, as if all beautiful outfits are forbidden." As Meng Yu spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. What we need to do is to break the shackles that bind women. No matter how women dress, it is for themselves to see, in order to make themselves happy. Snap! 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 Guo Mao Mao, wearing a professional suit and black stockings, couldn't help but applaud. The other 4 women also looked at Meng Yu with respect. "Your concept is really well said." Guo Mao Mao took a deep breath and poured himself a glass of wine. "Come on, Mr. Meng, I toast you. Thank you for the recognition." Meng Yu narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to toast him. He laughed so hard in his heart that he couldn't stop smiling. "Fuck you, if I had known that following their wishes would have such a big impact, I would have done it in my previous life. I wouldn't have ended up being a lonely old man." Those stupid male besties who have no shortage of women will definitely do the same thing. It seems that ordinary men are in the first layer, and these male besties are in the atmosphere layer. Hu Yu blinked her big eyes and smiled. At first, I saw that Mr. Meng was young, and I naively thought that Mr. Meng would not be qualified for the position of marketing director. I was narrow-minded. Mr. Meng, I respect you too. The remaining three women also cast friendly glances at Meng Yu. Yang Jin was stunned, his eyes could not move away from Meng Yu's profile. Is he really just a high school student? Could he have traveled back in time? In short, the core is the freedom of dressing, and we want to instill this concept into our products. Clear. Clear. I will go into detail about each copy later. I will create a work group on green letter later. All 5 of you can post one copy. But in this case, wouldn't the purpose of the advertisement be too obvious? Hu Yu asked softly. Meng Yu smiled faintly. Don't worry, you are speaking out for women. I believe that even if it is an advertisement, our friendly female friends will support you. What about men? Yang Dao asked in a low voice. Meng Yu also tilted his head and whispered back, when all adult girls in the city are able to dress freely, do you think men will be happy? Damn. Yang Dao couldn't help laughing. You're still awesome. Several people ate and chatted. During the dinner, Meng Yu continued to express his views on women's independence. This caused the 5 bloggers to look at Meng Yu with even more admiration. This is a concept they have never accepted before, but it is buried deep in their hearts. As bloggers, of course they want to dress nicely and beautifully, but every time they buy clothes they like, such as suspenders or belly-bearing tops, people around them always say that there are too many bad people out there and others will think they are too casual. Are you kidding? Director Meng is so right. We dress up for ourselves, not for others. Little did they know. Same hotel, 888 private room. Most of the students in class 319 of Senior 3 gathered here. As the organizer of the party, Zhang Hongbor took the initiative to raise his glass. Come on, brothers and sisters from class 319, after filling out our applications, we will go our separate ways. It's so emotional. It's said that it takes 10 lifetimes of experience to meet someone in one lifetime. It's not easy for us to get together. I hope our relationship will remain the same in the future. Forever and ever. Never forget our original intention. If you need help from old classmates in your life in the future, just ask. As long as I can help, I will never refuse. Let's take care of each other. I respect you all. Everyone raised their glasses, and the male students looked at Zhang Hongbor with admiration. TSK, Brother Zhang speaks so maturely in every aspect, just like an adult. After all, his family is rich, he is good at speaking, and he has been influenced by it since he was a child. I can't envy him. People like Brother Bo will definitely be successful in society in the future. They mature early. Zhang Hongbor heard it vaguely and a smug smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Yusiu out of the corner of his eye. He spent half the night memoizing this speech alone. He had never put so much effort into memoizing math formulas. Because Yusiu said that she likes mature boys. Little did they know that Yusiu just lowered her head and focused on eating. During the meal, she only said 6 words, and they were to Guodong. Isn't Meng Yu here? Guodong was sweating profusely at the time. I notified him, but he never replied. Oh. At this time, some boys also pretended to be very mature and said, come on, let's work with Brother Bo. Brother Bo, I respect you, and I'll see you later. Dry. An hour later, the party ended and everyone left the room and went downstairs. It's time to go downstairs. Some male students still came up to curry favor with Zhang Hongbor and praised his performance. Whenever he felt proud, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Yusiu. But Yusiu's brows were furrowed, as if something was on her mind. Suddenly, the classmate walking in front suddenly stopped. Why don't you leave, brothers? Do you want to chat for a while? Zhang Hongbor was very happy. Har, that's fine. If not, let's go to the next round. He learned this from his older brother who just graduated. It's popular among older kids to go somewhere else after dinner to play, such as a bar or KTV. This is called going to a second place. But as he was laughing, Zhang Hongbor suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Because everyone is looking in the same direction. There are so many beautiful women there, the kind you won't see on the streets. The person surrounded in the middle was Meng Yu. Is that Meng Yu? Guodong was a little dazed. Boss Meng, after talking to you today, I finally understand what it means to regret not meeting each other earlier, and what it means to be in the prime of life and to be young and promising. To be honest, Mr. Meng, I am really looking forward to the performance of your company's products. Hu Yu was a little drunk. He moved closer and whispered, Boss Meng, to be honest, I've been to many companies, and you're the youngest general manager I've ever seen. General manager. Guodong opened his mouth slightly with a dull look in his eyes. The vast majority of male classmates were not in a good condition. From the shocked looks in each other's eyes, they were sure that they had heard correctly. Those pretty sisters were all calling Meng Yu Mr. Meng. Meng Yu smiled and nodded, what I said is just my humble opinion. In the future, we should communicate more and synchronize more with each other in business. Later, I will invest in the relevant content posted by several accounts. This part of the money will be borne by Jinyu, but how to shoot high-quality content depends on the performance of the several accounts. The 5 women nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice, looking at Meng Yu with great admiration. Don't worry, Mr. Meng, we will definitely cooperate with you fully. Not far away, Class 319 was collectively stunned. Products? Traffic? High-quality content. Such a rare word, have you ever learned about it in class? Chapter 21 Much bigger than UCU. UCU was the first to react and looked at Guodong with a frown. Didn't Meng Yu say he couldn't come? Why is he here? Guodong shook his head, I'm a hen. Need I ask? He must be here to show off. Zhang Hongbor was angry. In his opinion, Meng Yu deliberately found a few actors to perform a big show here and pretend to be mature. Just because UCU said she likes mature men. Guodong, did you send our meeting location to Meng Yu? He turned around and asked. Feeling guilty, Guodong immediately lowered his head, I did come here, but he didn't reply. Humph, I knew it. Now Zhang Hongbor was more certain of his guess. Otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? They were having a party at Chengyuder, but Meng Yu happened to show up here and leave at the same time as them. It must be acting. Thinking of this, he walked up confidently. Oh, this is really infuriating, Meng Yu, we are all classmates and you are acting so chickens hit here. Yang Dao and his daughter as well as the 5 bloggers were all confused. Zhang Hongbor looked around with interest. Where did you find these actors? You really spent a lot of money. They are so good looking, so the cost must be high, right? Mr. Meng, is this your friend? Hu Yu's pretty face was full of confusion. The others also looked at each other. Oh. Zhang Hongbor laughed. You're pretty dedicated. How much does Meng Yu pay you per day? Okay. He waved his hand with a smile. I just heard it all. What's the content? What's the streaming? What's the random search for some words? What the hell is this? Zhang Hongbor knew that Meng Yu's family was average, and they were both high school students, so he would never believe that Meng Yu knew more than him, even if he were beaten to death. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Meng Yu playfully. Waiting for Meng Yu's embarrassed look after being completely exposed. Keep pretending, I want to see how long you can keep pretending. Hiss you Bo, on the fast foot. A male classmate suddenly trotted to Hu Yu. Upon hearing this, the other male students took out their cell phones for comparison. It doesn't matter if there is no comparison, the eyebrows, the high nose bridge, the cherry mouth, the delicate facial features, some people even found the same clothes. Oh my god, it's really her. She has over 60,000 fans. I really like her. The one next to him, isn't that the young beautyan on the fast foot, with 290,000 fans? More people noticed Guo Mao Mao, who was wearing a professional suit and had a hot body. Ju Mao. That's Ju Mao. More than 400,000 fans, damn. My goddess. Why is she here too? Zhang Hongbor was confused. He hurriedly went to his classmate to check his phone, then looked at Guo Mao Mao. Who else could it be but Guo Mao Mao? He was completely dumbfounded. Pretend to be mature. Imitate the way adults speak. Just to please the school beauty. All these methods are not as good as the 5 internet celebrities around Meng Yu at the moment. He couldn't imagine how he could make 5 internet celebrities call him Mr. Meng, one by one, and act coquettishly and smile coquettishly. But Meng Yu did it. In contrast, Zhang Hongbor seemed so childish and mentally retarded. 319 Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Meng Yu. The internet celebrity whom they could only see on their mobile phones just called him Mr. Meng? Still so respectful. It doesn't seem like an act. Mr. Meng, your friend is really good at talking. He actually said that we are actors. How annoying. Wu Mao Mao put her hair behind her ears and asked shyly, does my celebrity look really look that obvious? No wonder outstanding young people are attracted to each other. This young man, like President Meng, has high emotional intelligence. Liu Xingyu covered his mouth and laughed. Only Yang Jin could see the problem. She could sense the sharp tone in Zhang Hongbor's words. Only Meng Yu shook his head and sighed. What on earth is going on? He really didn't mean to show off. Who knew that this group of high school students were also gathering at Chengyuder? No, I have to quickly regain my high school student naivety. If these people knew what kind of manager Meng Yu was, they would definitely come to him to work as summer interns. They are a bunch of high school students, what do they know? If so, each of them would take away 2 months' salary. Wouldn't the Yang family be bankrupt by them? Based on the principle that less is worse than more. He tugged at Yang Dao's arm and said in a coquettish voice, Uncle, don't call me manager anymore. You see, my classmates have misunderstood me. Don't get me wrong, I'm just here to eat with my uncle and learn how to do business. Yang Dao was stunned for a moment, then saw Meng Yu winking and making faces, and quickly cooperated, scolding with a smile. You little brat, I asked you to learn how to do business like an adult in advance, and you're not happy about it. He turned around and looked at the 5 confused bloggers, and said with a smile, then let's stop here for today. The 5 of you go back and have a rest early. Then we will create a green letter group and communicate on green letter. Meng Yu heaved a sigh of relief only after the 5 bloggers left. However, the 319 group remained silent. They haven't reacted yet. All I remember in my mind were 5 women acting coquettishly around Meng Yu. Any one of these 5 women would be a popular goddess if she were sent to school. Wu Dong came over and pulled Meng Yu to whisper, Brother, are you not pursuing Yusiyu anymore? Just now Yusiyu kept asking me why you didn't come to the party. After hearing this, Yang Jin looked around at the students in class 319 and finally locked onto Yusiyu, because she also thought that Yusiyu was the most beautiful. The next second, she took Meng Yu's arm without warning, rested her head on Meng Yu's shoulder, and said in a coquettish voice, I'm a little full from eating just now. Do you want to take a walk with me and go home later today, okay? Meng Yu turned his head suddenly and looked at Yang Jin in surprise, his eyes seemed to say, what are you doing? Yang Jin looked at Yang Dao again, second uncle, can your Meng come home later tonight? This time, not only Meng Yu was confused, but Yang Dao was also numb. Although he didn't understand young people, he heard what Guodong said and vaguely understood the situation. Coming back to his senses, he nodded hurriedly, okay, I'll talk to his dad. Thank you for the trouble. Yang Jin smiled sweetly and took Meng Yu's arm and walked out of the hotel. Every time she passed by, there was no man who would not turn around and cast an envious glance at her. The male students in class 319 stared blankly at the direction where Meng Yu left. After a long while, someone asked weakly, is that the beautiful girl who picked up Meng Yu at the school gate? It's her, the beautiful woman driving the sports car. I thought she was Meng Yu's sister. From what I heard about their conversation just now, it seems like she is Meng Yu's girlfriend. The key is that Meng Yu's second uncle also knows her. Has he met her parents? Could it be a child marriage? Damn, Meng Yu's family is in business, his girlfriend is a second-generation rich girl, and she's so pretty. He's so damn low-key at school. By the way, why would Meng Yu pursue Yusiyu? His girlfriend seems to be as good-looking as Yusiyu, and she's well-developed. It seems to be much older than Yusiyu. Yusiyu cast a cold look at the few people. He then stormed out of the hotel. Zhang Hongbor came back to his senses and hurriedly chased after her. Hey, see you? We still have a second game, let's go home after we finish playing, I have a surprise for you. I'm not in the mood. Yusiyu said these 3 words, hailed a car and left. One after another, everyone left. Only Guodong was still standing there in a daze. He put his index and middle fingers together, put them to his mouth and pretended to take a puff. He said melancholy, humanity's development of Meng Yu is less than 10%. Chapter 22. Remember, Bruce took the C1 exam. I thought Yang Jin was just talking casually. Unexpectedly, he actually took Meng Yu to the river for a walk. Yang Dao left first and, according to Meng Yu's instructions, prepared to return to the factory to contact the packaging company. After all, if you want to create a high-end brand, not only the name must be high-end, but the packaging must also be high-end. How about it? Did I perform well just now? Yang Jin walked in front of Meng Yu, walked backwards, with a smug look on his face. Meng Yu sighed softly. Why do you have to pretend to be my girlfriend? Of course I'm giving you face. Why? I'm helping you save face, but in the end I'm still the one who made the mistake. Yang Jin stood side by side with Meng Yu again, her eyebrows raised. Not really. Meng Yu waved his hands repeatedly. It's mainly because I like to keep a low profile and don't like others to know too much about me. Humph, I thought you were ashamed of me. Yang Jin finally relaxed his brows and chuckled, but you usually hide it quite well. It seems that in the eyes of your classmates, you are just a high school kid. By the way, who was that pretty girl in the crowd just now? Could she be the one you're pursuing? Yang Jin moved closer, looking gossipy. Meng Yu touched his nose and did not hide it. I did pursue her before. And then? I didn't catch up. Pfft. Yang Jin laughed unscrupulously. You're such an idiot. If you want to chase a girl next time, tell me and I'll help you. Forget it. When I have money in the future, I can find any girl I want. Meng Yu put his hands behind his back and walked slowly, just like an old cadre. The temperaments of the two seemed to have changed. Yang Jin used to be aloof, but now Meng Yu became taciturn, and Yang Jin became quirky instead. His performance at the dinner today made Yang Jin look at Meng Yu with even greater respect, and their relationship became much closer. Yang Jin treated Meng Yu as if he were his own younger brother. That's right. Girls nowadays are very realistic anyway. Are you realistic? Meng Yu asked with interest. I have never worried about money since I was a child, so why should I be realistic? To me, as long as two people like each other, they should put aside all difficulties and be together. I don't understand why girls nowadays have to put money first. I hate such women the most. Even though my family's situation hasn't been very good these past few days, I have never had feelings for any man because of money. Yang Jin said proudly. Okay, your values are very positive. I won't say more. I have to go home. Meng Yu stretched. Yang Jin pouted immediately. I'm taking a walk with you, but you're in a hurry to go home. Are you kidding me? I'm really tired. Why don't you come home with me? Meng Yu asked with a smile. No way, you rascal. Yang Jin rolled his eyes but kept a smile on his face. Meng Yu first helped Yang Jin stop a taxi, and then he took a taxi home. When I opened the door, there was no one at home. That's strange. Where is the person? Meng Yu called his father. Dad picked up the phone and said impatiently, I'll be home soon. I'm hanging up now. About 15 minutes later, the parents pushed open the door breathlessly, carrying large and small bags of toys. Oh, your father is so tired. What are you doing? Why don't you come and help? Meng Mingliang shouted at Meng Yu, who was sitting on the sofa. Meng Yu opened his mouth wide and looked around at the toys in front of him. What have you two been doing? Set up a stall. Did you two really go there? Meng Yu asked in surprise. I thought my parents were just talking casually last night, but I didn't expect them to really go. Go, why not? Meng Mingliang took out half a watermelon from the kitchen and started eating it with a spoon. Mr. Li from building number 3 in our courtyard sets up a stall to cast rings. He makes 300 to 400 yuan a day and more than 10,000 yuan a month. There are more people walking around the West Square at night than mosquitoes. These are all business opportunities. Forget it. You, a little brat, won't understand even if I tell you. Meng Yu was somewhat helpless. The key is that after working all day, you still have to come back to set up a stall at night. Aren't you tired? Just come back after get off work and thank me. That's not tiring at all. Mom took out the other half of the watermelon and said, you don't understand. People of our generation just can't sit still. If I earn 10 million, will you two still work? Meng Yu asked as he sat next to his father. Meng Mingliang glared at me. What's the point of working then? I have to buy 7 fishing rods and go fishing every day, changing one every day. Meng Yu smiled and patted his father's shoulder. Okay, your words are enough. Don't break your promise when the time comes. After saying that, Meng Yu returned to the room. Meng Mingliang was stunned for a few seconds, then turned to his wife and asked, "What's wrong with this kid?" "I don't know." He became quiet after working for 2 days. After washing up, Meng Yu immediately lay down on the bed. When I opened my phone, I found that Guodong had sent more than 10 messages. "We are gathering at Chengyud, please come over later. School Beauty Yu is here too. Don't worry about Zhang Hongbor. Just come here. It's the last gathering of classmates." He won't say anything. See and reply to the message. Voice not answered. "We are here, come here if you see us." "Brother Meng, Principal Yu just asked you if you can come, please come quickly, I think there is a chance for you too." "Fuck, what's going on?" "Schoolgirl Yu just said that you deleted her QQ and she's very angry." "Are you serious?" "Things are getting a little heated." "Damn it, Zhang Hongbor is showing off again, so disgusting. Meng Yu, when can you punish him again?" "We are almost done, are you coming or not? Please reply when you see it." 1111. Voice not answered. Meng Yu smiled bitterly and opened the input method to reply. "I was too busy in the afternoon and didn't see it." Guodong replied almost immediately. "Fuck, you finally replied to me, Manager Meng, can you explain what happened just now?" "Meng Yu, which part do you mean?" "Guodong, I wanted to hear it too. Your family is actually in business. I just found out today. You hit it too well. What about those 5 internet celebrities? Why are they so respectful to you? My classmates are very curious about this. They are still discussing it in the group." Horrified, JPG. Classmate group. Meng Yu flipped through it and found that he couldn't find it. After careful recollection, he remembered that after being beaten by a Cheong during the second break in his previous life, he was so ashamed that he was afraid to see his classmates talking about it, so he quit the group at that time. When Meng Yu was reborn in this life, it was already noon and he had already left the group of classmates. "Meng Yu, the internet celebrities are working with my second uncle's company to promote their products. This is my first time meeting them. As for why they are so respectful, I guess it's because of my second uncle. After all, my second uncle paid for their promotion." "Guodong, no wonder, you scared me, I almost thought you were rich." Meng Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was worried that his brother was having a hard life, but he was also worried that his brother was driving a Land Rover, right? "Guodong, also, what's the situation with that beautiful lady driving the sports car? I wanted to ask this last time. Is she really your girlfriend?" Meng Yu was afraid that Guodong would ask about the matter and keep dwelling on it, so he simply told the truth. "You're overthinking. I'm still single. That girl is my second uncle's daughter. I said that on purpose." "Guodong, is that your cousin? That's good, that's good. I almost thought you were at the peak of your life. Phew, now I can sleep well." Meng Yu laughed and scolded, "Brat. Guodong, I have to go to bed early. I have a physical examination tomorrow. My dad just signed me up for a driver's license. Do you want to come with me?" Meng Yu, 1, which driving school? Guodong, Fengyan driving school. If you want to take the test with Shui Dongdong, send me a message and we can practice driving together. Good night. Meng Yu laughed and cursed a few words, then closed the chat window. I can take the driving test with Guodong. He wanted to get a driver's license as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he gets rich and buys a sports car, he will hire a driver to help drive it. You have to take a driving test, and you have to take C1. Don't ask why he didn't take C2, remember, Bruce took C1. Meng Yu didn't know. After he put down his phone, Guodong on the other side did not put it down. He directly took a screenshot of their chat history and forwarded it to Yusiyu. Guodong, School Beauty Yu, the latest news. This is the real situation tonight, Meng Yu is still single. Don't be angry. On the other side, inside Phoenix Villa. Yusiyu had just finished washing up and was lying on the bed. Her originally indifferent face lit up when she saw the message sent by Guodong, and she immediately sat up. Chapter 23 Yang Dao's Hidden Strength. Is T that Meng Yu's girlfriend? I seem to remember that Meng Yu said that woman was his niece. Recalling Yang Jin's exaggerated performance, Yu was a little skeptical at the time. I don't know why, but my mood suddenly improved. Humph, Meng Yu, you're just like John Hongbor and the others, you all like to pretend. But I can't blame you, we're still young, it's normal for boys to like to save face. Thinking of this, Yu's mouth corners unconsciously curved up. But when she thought about Meng Yu deleting her QQ, she became furious again. Does his girlfriend have anything to do with me? Anyway, it's impossible for Meng Yu and I to be together. The next day, Meng Yu settled down in Yang's knitting factory again. Thanks to Yang Dao's advanced preparation last night, the packaging factory delivered the packaging samples in the morning. It meets Meng Yu's requirements, simple. In this era, simplicity is high-end. Start production immediately. Yang Dao paid an extra 20,000 yuan in labor fees and sent a batch of stockings over, asking the packaging factory to pack the stockings directly after production. After all, time is money now, and it is almost impossible to add a batch of packaging lines to Yang's knitting factory in a short period of time. So that afternoon, the packaging factory started production and packaging, and by the evening, nearly 3,000 finished products had been packaged. That night, Meng Yu tagged 5 bloggers in the group. 5 beauties, I'll have someone send a few samples to each of you later, and you can publish your works tomorrow. The content of the video will be the same as the atmosphere videos you shot before. Meng Yu gave a detailed explanation, for example, lift the bangs, add slow motion or something, but the video copy needs to be changed. For the first video tomorrow, the copy should be the same as what I posted. Freedom to dress in the right way is a right that every woman is born with. Don't let other people's words stop you from pursuing an excellent life. Add topics at the end, #Jinyu stockings, #Jinyu is naturally silky, #dress freely, #confident women are the most beautiful. A few seconds later, the 5 women responded. Receive. 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 Damn, it really feels good to be a manager. No wonder leaders love going to work. Meng Yu sighed, smacking his lips. Only your subordinates will praise you highly. If you dare to speak loudly outside the company, outsiders will beat you to death. In the evening, Meng Yu returned home. I saw that my parents had already returned, looking tired. Meng Yu asked anxiously, what happened to you two? You came back so early today. Did you have trouble setting up your stall? Zhao Caixia waved her hands and said weakly, every trade has its own rules. If you go too late, the stall will be taken. There are too few people at our stall, so we can't sell anything. I told you a long time ago that selling toys is not a good idea. The main reason is that there are too many people selling toys. If people buy them somewhere else, can they still buy the same ones from us? Meng Mingliang complained. It has nothing to do with that. It's mainly the urban management. Zhao Caixia hesitated to speak. Meng Yu frowned immediately, what happened? Did the city management bully you? Zhao Caixia waved her hands and said indignantly, we are setting up stalls in the square. Some people have been there for several years. The municipal party committee has given us permission. Recently, perhaps more and more people are setting up stalls. Today, a few people suddenly came in, not wearing uniforms, and came up and asked for stall fees. The key is that there are few people who are not short of money and have paid up on their own initiative. Then the group of people will assign the most popular seats to those who have paid up, while those of us who haven't paid up can only be driven to empty areas. Okay, why are you telling these to the child? The child can't help you. Do you want the child to worry about you? Meng Mingliang crossed his legs, pretending to be nonchalant. Okay, son. You are still young. You don't need to worry about adult matters. You just finished the college entrance examination. Your top priority now is to have fun. Have fun. Have fun to your heart's content. It's getting late. Go take a shower and go to bed. Meng Yu nodded, returned to the room and sent a message to Yang Dao. Brother Yang, do you know any urban management officers in Qingcheng? Yang Dao quickly replied, Har, just tell me which district. Before I built the factory, I was selling socks at a stall. I can't tell you anything else. Anyone in the urban management who doesn't know me must be a new kid. Meng Yu thought to himself, he has some strength. When it comes to relationships, the older generation still has the skills. Can you help me find out who is the person in charge of the urban management inside the West Plaza? Wait a moment. About 10 minutes passed. Yang Dao called directly. Xiao Meng, I just asked someone from our city's Urban Management Bureau. The area in front of the West Square is under their management. The city committee manages the interior, but an old friend from the Urban Management Bureau said that the city committee doesn't care about street vendors at all. If there are people setting up street vendors, it will attract people. The more people there are, the better the city's image will be. It's a win-win situation. Who cares? No one cares. Meng Yu frowned. What happened? Tell me what happened so I know who to ask. Meng Yu simply explained the whole story. Yang Dao immediately hung up the phone, saying he would reply after finding out the details. Another 15 minutes passed. Yang Dao called again, his tone somewhat stern. Xiao Meng, I can tell you very clearly that no one in the agency collected any booth fees. My colleague from the Urban Management Bureau analyzed that it was probably some local hooligans. How about this? I'll send a few friends from the agency over tomorrow. This matter has already involved a crime. Meng Yu, do you have any friends in the institute? Har har. Yang Dao's tone was obviously more confident. I used to be a soldier who specialized in business. At that time, many of my comrades in arms joined our Qingcheng government agencies. Later, when old comrades in arms got together, I gradually met many friends who could help me. Our factory's production qualifications have never been difficult. Do you understand what I mean? Awesome. Meng Yu said this in his heart. This was a purely unexpected gain. But it's normal to think about it. Yang Dao was also glorious in the past, otherwise he wouldn't have given his daughter a sports car when she just entered college. It's just that he didn't manage it well and couldn't keep up with the times, so he gradually failed. Xiao Meng, you are wrong about this. You are so capable. Why don't you let your parents come to our factory to be supervisors or something? They can sit in an air-conditioned office and I will pay them a high salary every month. Why do they have to set up a stall and suffer? After Meng Yu's series of actions in the past 2 days, Yang Dao no longer regarded him as an ordinary child. He even regarded Meng Yu as his only hope for turning things around. Meng Yu politely declined, Brother Yang, I appreciate your kindness, but our factory doesn't support idlers. Hey you, look at you, ouch, oh, okay. Are you sure those collecting stall fees in the West Square are thugs? Meng Yu confirmed again. Even if he is not a gangster, he is definitely not a formal person. Anyway, he is not an official. I will ask my friends in the institute to go and take a look tomorrow. Yang Dao said seriously. Meng Yu declined again, no need, Brother Yang, I'll ask my friend to take a look. It's just a trivial matter, there's no need to trouble your friend. After hanging up the phone, Meng Yu called Jiao Chong. Hey, Archiang, I have a question for you. Chapter 24 The Terrifying Increase in Popularity. Are you famous in our Qingcheng city? Before Jiao Chong could say anything, Liang Dao on the phone shouted. Brother Meng, what you said is totally unnecessary. Let me tell you this. There are few people in Qingcheng who don't follow the right path who don't know Brother Chong, and the same is true for those who are older. My brother Chong came out with only 3 things. It's ruthless, loyal, and has many brothers. Isn't he just you 3 brothers? Liang Dao sighed, what you see is just appearance. In Qingcheng City, all KTVs, billiard halls, bars, etc., Brother Chong and I don't have to spend money to go there. Why? We have brothers everywhere. Brother Chong used to help the brothers. The brothers will remember Brother Chong's kindness. Meng Yu was amused. Logically speaking, since you are so powerful, you should be quite rich. Why do you live in an apartment with 3 brothers? Damn it. That's because Brother Chong never thought about making money from those brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing if he was just looking after a place. My brother Chong is so principled. We used to live in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. If it weren't for Brother Chong's treatment for his grandmother last year. That's enough. Jiao Chong interrupted Liang Dao with a smile and cursed, and asked in a deep voice, Xiao Meng, tell me what's the matter. Meng Yu told the whole story from beginning to end. Jiao Chong's tone became more serious, so, your friend is sure that those are just hooligans. Anyway, he is definitely not an official. Meng Yu replied. I understand. Tomorrow when our parents go to the stall again, I will go with you to see who is causing trouble. Okay, thanks bro. Since you call me brother, don't thank me. This is our parents' business. After hanging up the phone, Meng Yu breathed a sigh of relief, glanced in the direction of the door, and smiled in his heart. Meng, who said that children can't interfere in adult affairs. You two can set up the stall without worry, and I won't stop you. Besides, I can't stop you at all. When I make a lot of money, I must make you become real upper class people. Dumpling soup every meal. Meng Yu was about to go to bed. The notification tone of QQ on my mobile phone suddenly rang. It was sent by Guodong again. Yuzi, why didn't you come to learn how to drive? Meng Yu, something has delayed me. I will definitely send you a message when I get there. Don't rush me. Guodong, I'm not asking you to hurry up. Breaking news, schoolgirl Yu is coming to our driving school today. Come quickly. Meng Yu held the phone in his hand for a few seconds. You see, you also went to Fengyun driving school? Then I have to change one. To prevent this woman from mistakenly thinking that he was following her. Beautiful women are usually the most narcissistic. And now, in his 28-year-old soul, he felt that Yusiu was too troublesome. She always liked to ask questions and was childish. If he was entangled with her, he didn't know how much of his life would be wasted. Meng Yu, thank you brother for revealing the exciting news. I will sign up in 2 days. Meng Yu didn't want to tell Guodong that he planned to give up Yusiu, otherwise Guodong would ask him a lot of questions, which would be troublesome to explain. Buzz. Guodong, treat you well. Call me daddy. Sunglasses, JPG. Meng Yu, what? Meng Yu, comparison. The next day, Meng Yu came to the factory and remotely instructed the 5 bloggers to publish the article on time at 10 o'clock. Because the 3 best time periods for short video traffic in a day are 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 6 p.m. At 10 o'clock in the morning, most people have already worked for 2 or 3 hours and are tired, so they take out their mobile phones to check for a while to relieve fatigue. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I woke up from my lunch break, picked up my phone, and checked it for a while to refresh myself. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after get off work and school, on the way home, I pick up my phone and browse for a while to relieve my boredom. These are all the knowledge I learned as an operator in my previous life, and have been verified through multiple video data tests. The video has been sent. Meng Yu immediately registered a new Kuaijiao account and streamed the videos of the 5 accounts so that more people could see them. Then I commented on the 5 people's videos. The blogger Stockings are so unique, with gradient colors, and they look so full of life. Immediately afterwards, Meng Yu registered a new Kuaijiao account and continued to comment. The copywriting touched my heart. When will women be able to truly be free to dress in any way they want? Register again. Excuse me, is Jinyu a brand of stockings? 5 bloggers were then arranged to like the 3 videos respectively. As long as the author liked it, the comment would be pinned to the top of the comment area, and those who watched the video would be able to see it first by clicking on the comment area. This operation is called hiring water army in later generations, and it is still extremely useful in later generations. Even the entertainment industry's brokerage companies usually hire water army to attack their competitors, not to mention now in 2015. Meng Yu gave another order in the group, replying to the last comment. Content, yes, baby, these are new domestic stockings products with very good quality. Meng Yu switched to the last account again and replied, so, where can I buy it? The 5 bloggers continued to reply, private me, XXXXXX green letter, the brand will send it directly. The green letter that the 5 bloggers replied to was also registered by Meng Yu. The avatar is Jin Yu's trademark and is used as Jin Yu's official account. A total of 5 people were registered. Although the restrictions were not as strict in 2015, it is easy to be restricted if there are too many people on a green signal in one day. After doing all this, all that's left to do is wait. How long will it take to see the effects? Yang Dao asked expectantly. Today. Meng Yu chuckled. Yang Dao's eyes widened, so efficient. Yang Jin pouted and curled her lips, you're just bragging. You don't expect a few videos and a few copywriting products to sell like hot cakes, do you? It's not that she didn't believe it, she just wanted to contradict Meng Yu and tease him. Meng Yu gave her a meaningful look but didn't respond. Seeing that Meng Yu ignored her, she snorted and simply lay on the sofa to watch the fast food videos of 5 bloggers. Xiao Meng, what should we do now? Yang Dao paced back and forth in the office, fearing that the result would not be satisfactory. Look at the comments section of the video and see how many people have added us on Green Letter. Yang Dao just picked up the phone, logged into Enterprise Green Letter and took a look, and was immediately stunned. More than a dozen people have joined us. Xiao Jin, stop playing with your phone. Please pass through quickly. I'll check for other green signals. In just over 10 minutes. More than 200 people have applied for the 5 GNU Enterprise green signals. Let us take a look at the 5 bloggers quick foot videos. They already have a high fan base, with the number of likes exceeding 1,000 in just over 10 minutes. And the number of comments is almost as high as the number of likes. The copywriting is so good. I heard of the concept of freedom of dress for the first time. We are born with the right to love beauty. What's wrong with stockings? They are not a symbol of vulgarity. They can modify the shape of the legs and cover up scars and all imperfections on the legs. Where did you buy the same pair of stockings? The style is very novel, I've never seen it before. The blogger's copywriting really touched my heart. May I ask if you are advertising? Even if it is an advertisement, I will buy it. I have applied for a green letter, can the merchant approve it? 5 bloggers, thousands of comments, and the number of comments is still increasing at a terrifying rate. Yang Dao's eyes were as big as copper bells, and his slightly rough hands tightly grasped the mobile phone. He looked at Meng Yu, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, gently swaying his body and resting with his eyes closed, and then looked at the endless friend requests on Green Letter. His hands began to tremble slightly. Yang Jin also kept flipping through the 5 bloggers videos, her plump red lips slightly parted, her face full of amazement. Only Meng Yu was sitting there with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, humming the prelude to In the Name of the Father. If you didn't know him well, you might think he was possessed by something unclean. Chapter 25, Yang Jin with a vest line. In Meng Yu's opinion, these are all foreplay. He had experienced many more exaggerated scenes than this one. In his previous life in 2021, he helped his then boss with a sales project for sleep-aiding wormwood. At that time, there were a total of 4 people in the entire company, a female anchor in her 30s, a photographer, Meng Yu, the live broadcast control and copywriter, and a boss. At that time, a video about insomnia went viral, and a large number of natural streamers came to the live broadcast room. That night, just one night, the wormwood sold for 69.9 yuan a box for more than 800,000 yuan, and the boss made a net profit of more than 600,000 yuan, just in one night. The next day, the boss came to the company after waking up, hugged Meng Yu and kissed him. He bought a Toyota Prado that day and rewarded Meng Yu with a bonus of 5,000 yuan with a wave of his hand. 5,000 yuan. Meng Yu remembered it clearly. At that time, the boss patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, work hard, and I will find you a sister-in-law after the new year." Meng Yu received his bonus at the end of the month and resigned. After another year or two, Meng Yu took over a big health project, which is a medical account. In 2023, it was March and the influenza A virus had not yet spread. However, Meng Yu was among the first group of people infected. He went to the hospital in the morning and wrote a video script on the prevention and treatment of influenza A in the afternoon. The video was filmed that day and uploaded that night. The next day, it became the 3rd most searched video. The single video received more than 500,000 likes and gained more than 60,000 followers. The supervisor was so angry that he rewarded Meng Yu with 500 yuan. I cried when I wrote the above content. At that time, Meng Yu understood that oxen and horses will always be oxen and horses. They just need to pull the mill with their eyes blindfolded, and stop dreaming about crossing classes every day. So now it seems that the thousands of comments did not surprise Meng Yu at all. It could only be said that it was expected. Let's start preparing for the online store. Meng Yu said. Online store. Yang Dao was confused. Didn't they say that Taobao and other platforms can't be successful at all? That was based on the situation where no one helped to attract traffic. Now that the traffic has come, green credit alone cannot handle it. Moreover, if you buy from Taobao official store, the target user group will be directly expanded to the whole country, and users will feel more assured when buying from Taobao. Then Meng Yu asked Yang Dao to contact the UI designer and complete all the Taobao store pictures within one day. At the same time, register a store on Taobao and apply for the GNU official flagship store through factory qualifications. There's still one thing missing. Meng Yu looked around, and finally locked his eyes on Yang Jin. Yang Jin quickly crossed her hands, trying to scare herself, and asked in horror, "Why are you looking at me? Why do I have a bad feeling? Our products require multi-dimensional display pictures, and we need a model. In my opinion, you are the most suitable, all-natural model." Meng Yu smiled with his eyes narrowed. Meng Yu didn't allow Yang Jin to refuse, and turned to look at Yang Dao. "Brother Yang, do you have a camera?" "Yes, I have a Conker at home, but the lens is average. When I went out traveling before, I liked to take pictures of the scenery and so on," Yang Dao said seriously. "That's enough. Take a few samples and go to your house." About half an hour later, the two arrived at Yang Jin's home. Although she was very reluctant, for the sake of her own business, Yang Jin still obediently changed into various styles of stockings according to Meng Yu's requirements. "Meng Yu, what clothes should I wear?" "It's all fine. Just match it up as you like. The sexier the better," Meng Yu said lazily while sitting on the sofa and adjusting the camera. Holding the camera in hand, he felt a little emotional. In his previous life, he was a writer, photographer, and editor. He didn't expect that after his rebirth, he would go back to his old job. But fortunately, in this life, he was no longer a slave, but was working for his own business. After 5 minutes, Yang Jin came out reluctantly. A short, loose, belly-bearing sweatshirt on the upper body, a white miniskirt on the lower body, and a pair of white to pink stockings. The sweatshirt has long sleeves, but the exposed navel makes it look very fashionable. What's more important is that Yang Jin actually has a six-pack. And even a loose sweatshirt couldn't stop the surge. As expected of a woman who practices sonder, her figure is unbeatable. Meng Yu exclaimed in a low voice. "What are you mumbling about?" Yang Jin frowned slightly. "Praise your good figure." Yang Jin chuckled. "Humph, it's not something shameful to say, just speak louder next time." Meng Yu exclaimed, "You're so fucking sexy." "Shut up." Meng Yu pointed his camera at her. Yang Jin resisted instinctively, crossed her arms, and lowered her head shyly. "You, don't slap your face, Tilder." Meng Yu put down the camera and muttered depressedly, "Strange, why does this sound a little familiar, as if I have seen it in a movie?" "Don't worry, I definitely won't take pictures of your face. Although most of the people who buy our products are women, it's not impossible that some wretched men search the page to try to see the bias show. You're so beautiful, I can't bear to show it to them. I didn't even show them my abs, I only took pictures of the product." Then he began to make full use of his strengths from his previous life. "Come on, strike a pose, put your hands on your hips, and be confident. Very good. Next, put your left leg in front of your right leg, cross it, and lean your shoulders against the wall. Yes, very good, very good. Very good. Come, sit on the sofa, will you sit like a loli? Sit on your own legs, with your body weight forward, your hands on the sofa, and lean forward slightly. Damn, beautiful, so beautiful." Meng Yu couldn't help but wipe the corner of his mouth. It was no wonder that he had no self-control. Yang Jin was just too beautiful, with an amazing appearance, long hair that was a little messy, and a loose belly exposing sweatshirt that gave her a lazy look. And there was that pair of slender, plump and well-proportioned legs that were longer than his life. Meng Yu frowned more and more as he looked at it. Suddenly he said, "Forget it, let's change to someone with a normal figure and be a model." Yang Jin suddenly became anxious. "Then didn't I just work in vain? You don't understand. I'm afraid that our customers will search the product page and find that you, as a model, have a great figure. They will worry that they can't handle it, so won't they give up the idea of buying it? You." Yang Jin was about to get angry, but when she heard Meng Yu praising her, she suddenly felt shy. "What you said seems to make some sense. I'll listen to you and find a way to deal with the model. The model at the Changxing Street studio only costs a little over 1,000 yuan for a set of photos. When we put them on Taobao without showing their faces, it won't be considered infringement." "Okay." Meng Yu immediately took his camera and prepared to leave. "Wait for me to change my clothes. I never go out wearing belly-revealing clothes." After saying that, Yang Jin returned to the room proudly. Chapter 26: Fake Urban Management. In the afternoon, the two went to a photo studio to take several sets of product photos. Meng Yu spent 2 years setting up flagship stores on platforms such as Taobao and Jingdong. At the same time, synchronize 5 bloggers in the green letter group and let them guide the search for the official flagship store in the comment area. Meng Yu used the same old tricks from his previous life. Follow and bookmark the store to enjoy a 10% discount on your first purchase, which means you can get a pair of stockings for only 6.9 yuan. After finishing all this, the two returned to the knitting factory office. Yang Dao came forward excitedly. The cumulative number of comments in the comments section of the 5 beauties has exceeded 60,000. Our Jinyu has made a great success. Yang Jin's mouth dropped open in shock. How many orders have you received so far? Meng Yu asked calmly. Yang Dao quickly searched for his phone. According to incomplete statistics, there are already more than 800 orders on green letter. All orders were purchased at the original price of 70 yuan. In total, more than 50,000 yuan has been received through WeChat alone. The payment was made first, and then the goods were shipped. How much does this batch of stockings cost? Yang Dao swallowed his saliva and said, according to your requirements, the raw materials this time are all the best, and the quality is definitely better than 90% of the stockings on the market. Meng Yu clicked his tongue. Once I make some money, I have to produce a batch of low-quality ones. Yang Jin was confused and asked in confusion, why? Shouldn't the better the quality, the better the sales? That depends on the usage scenario. Meng Yu said dimly. Yang Dao coughed, turned on his phone and pretended to be busy. Only Yang Jin scratched his head in confusion, totally unable to understand what Meng Yu meant. Guided by the comments section, the attention paid to Daobao and Jingdong also soared. In just one afternoon, the number of orders for Daobao alone reached a terrifying 6,000. Although Daobao has discounts, it still costs at least tens of thousands of yuan. After Yang Dao finished calculating the bills, he was completely ashamed and slumped down on the sofa. In other words, in just one day, Meng Yu basically earned back the hundreds of thousands of dollars he spent. It's horrible, so horrible. At around 6 o'clock, Meng Yu rejected Yang Dao's invitation to dinner and instead went to Qingping apartment to call Jiao Cheng and the other 3. What surprised Meng Yu was Jiao Cheng actually dyed his hair back and shaved his head. Liang Dao and Shusong also shaved their hair short. From a distance, people who didn't know them would think they were 3 good young people. Meng Yu was very pleased that the 4 brothers were willing to listen to him. The 5 of us took a taxi, squeezed into the back seat, and headed to the West Square where my parents set up their stall. After arriving, Meng Yu first pulled the 4 people aside. When you get there, keep your distance. Just give them a warning, don't do anything. Don't worry, we understand. We live in a society ruled by law, and we will definitely reason with them. Liang Dao grinned and raised his eyebrows, looking like he really deserved a beating. Meng Yu couldn't help but sigh when he saw this, hoping that Liang Dao would be able to control himself later. It was already past 7 o'clock, and most people had already eaten dinner and came out for a walk. It could be said that there were crowds of people. Meng Yu locked onto the stall area and led the 4 people over there. Hey, brother Meng, what should we do if those people who collect the stall fees don't come today? Liang Dao muttered. Meng Yu chuckled, your worries are unnecessary. I'll go first, and you guys come back when there's something going on, otherwise my parents will get suspicious. Clear. Meng Yu saw his parents from a distance and walked over quickly. I saw an old couple sitting in front of the stall, warily looking at a few young men who were collecting stall fees. Dad, Mom. Meng Yu squatted down beside the 2 of them, looked at the small toys in front of him, and asked with a smile, how much did you sell it for today? I just sold it for about 20 yuan, and those people came here just because they smelled the scent. Zhao Caixia said angrily. Meng Yu followed his mother's gaze and found that several people were wearing polo shirts and looked decent, but from their faces, they were obviously no more than 25 years old, probably about the same age as Jiao Cheng and the others. Meng Yu patted his mother's shoulder and said with a smile, Mom, don't worry about selling today. I guarantee they won't dare to embarrass you. Why? Meng Mingliang asked puzzledly. Meng Yu smiled and didn't answer. He looked at the fake urban management officers again. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Everyone else pays for the booth, but you don't. Do you want to be treated specially? You want money? I don't have any. If you have the guts, do it. There are so many surveillance cameras here. I don't believe you dare to hit me. Meng Yu was stunned for a moment. This voice sounded a little familiar. He looked at the young man opposite the fake urban management officer and was stunned. Hey, John Hombor? Why is this young master setting up a stall? Meng Yu looked to his side again and suddenly realized that in addition to John Hombor, his dream lover for 3 years of high school, Yu, and Wang Ming'er were also there. It was probably Yu who came up with the idea of setting up a stall on a whim. When John Hombor heard it, he immediately rushed over to act as a protector. However, facing a few young men in their 20s, John Hombor's legs were shaking. I actually had the idea when I shouted those 2 sentences just now, but unfortunately I didn't have the courage to follow up. Wang Ming'er took out her phone and started recording a video. That's right, if you have the guts, just beat him up. I'll provide the video to the police immediately. The young men looked at each other, grinned, and pushed John Hombor aside. Then they grabbed the things on their stalls and threw them aside, even directly lifting the cloth that was covering the ground. The 3 of them were selling hair accessories and other things, which were scattered all over the floor. Yu stamped her feet anxiously and rushed forward to stop them. You are robbing, help. They are violently collecting stall fees, who can help us? The people setting up stalls nearby pretended not to see anything, and either turned their heads away or lowered their heads to play with their phones. TSK, how sad. Meng Yu shook his head and sighed, feeling that the injustice that most people encountered was deserved, and as long as they united, the problem would be solved. But there are always people who rush to pay the stall fees to ensure safety and mind their own business. The 2 young men continued to throw things from the stall. The other few put their hands behind their backs and began to collect stall fees from the stalls at the back one by one. After experiencing this farce, the people behind basically didn't even dare to resist and took the initiative to pay the stall fee before they even got close. $30 a day. What a bunch of beasts. Zhao Caixia clenched her fists and cursed secretly. She said this, but when the young man came over, she had no choice but to prepare the wrinkled 30 yuan bill and hand it over. Seeing this, Meng Yu hurriedly stopped her. Mom, you don't have to hand it over. You are encouraging evil. Alas, there are many people in this area. If I pay, I can earn more money, which is better than getting nothing. Zhao Caixia sighed. Meng Yu smiled and said, in the public stall area, it is first come first served. There is no such thing as stall fees. As they were talking, several young men had already approached. Auntie, are you going to pay the bill today? The leading young man raised his chin towards Zhao Caixia with a sly smile on his face. Okay, let's pay. Zhao Caixia was ready to pay again. Meng Yu grabbed the 30 yuan directly, stood up and asked with a faint smile, which unit are you from? Why haven't I heard that there is a booth fee for this? The leading young man was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Okay, there are too many people asking this question these past 2 days. In one sentence, whether to hand it over or not. If you want to hand it over, keep it here. If you don't want to hand it over, move it over there. What if I don't hand it over? Meng Yu asked with a smile, his hands behind his back. Meng Mingliang, who was standing by, became anxious and said quickly, Xiao Yu, just pay it. 30 yuan is not a lot. The expression on the young man's face became even more playful. Meng Yu held his father's shoulder and chuckled, I don't have any money, and I still want to set up the stall here. It's just a robe move. It's that simple. The young man pointed at Yu's stall and said, do you see them? If you follow them, you will end up like them. Why would I waste my words on you? He waved his hand. Come on, overturn his stall. No. Little brother, it's not easy for us to earn some money. Zhao Caixia hurriedly stopped him. The young men behind him were not polite at all. They grabbed the corners of the cushion and lifted it up, and the toys scattered all over the floor. The young man in the lead smiled contemptuously at Meng Yu, held a cigarette between his lips and was about to light it. Suddenly, a flash of yellow lightning cut through the night. A strong wind blew Meng Yu's bangs. He watched helplessly as the young man in front of him was kicked from the side into a shape, flew 2 meters away, and even rolled over. Liang Dao retracted his feet and stood still, with the cigarette in his mouth not even dropping the ash. He shook his head out of habit, only to find that it was shaved flat this morning. He had no choice but to wipe it from the back of his forehead, pointed at the young man on the ground and cursed. Zhu Jingdao, you're still pretending to be an urban management official with that dog basket head of yours. It was very quiet. Everyone looked this way. Chapter 27 Meng Yu, thank you for helping me vent my anger. Gao Qiang, Shusong, and Zheng Hao walked over slowly. Several young people were frightened. Zhu Jingdao, who was lying on the ground, held his waist and struggled to get up. He was about to curse, but when he saw Liang Dao, he was suddenly startled. He opened his mouth slightly and wanted to speak, but the words that came out of his mouth turned into a scream. R. His eyes accidentally glanced at Shusong beside him, and his scream became even louder. R. He slumped down to the ground. He turned his eyes again and saw Gao Qiang with a cold face, and screamed again. R. He stood up with a somersault, turned around and tried to run away. Liang Dao seemed to have anticipated this. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed his hair and pulled it back, stamped out the cigarette butt, shook it back and forth by the hair, and said with a grin. Why are you running away, brother Zhu? I haven't seen you for several months. You've become an urban management officer. Gao Qiang lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, tilted his head and smiled. Boss Zhu, where did you make your fortune recently? Zhu Jindao's lips were pale, and he was trembling as he spoke. Qiang, brother Qiang. Fuck you, who is your brother? Gao Qiang slapped him. Ahem. Meng Yu on the side quickly cleared his throat to remind him. Gao Qiang was stunned for a moment, thinking that Meng Yu wanted a cigarette, so he immediately took out a Furong King and handed it to him. Ahem. Meng Yu frowned and reminded again, his eyes constantly scanning his parents. At this time, Meng Mingliang and his wife were stunned. Gao Qiang finally reacted, and quickly put away the cigarette. He hugged Zhu Jingdao, pulled him aside, and said in a gentle voice. Brother, what's going on? Weren't you still eating government food last year? How come you can still eat government food after you get out? Zhu Jingdao was also confused by Gao Qiang's sudden friendliness. He swallowed his saliva and said in fear, Brother Qiang, if there is any misunderstanding, please speak up. What a misunderstanding? You messed up my brother's family, and you ask me what misunderstanding I have. Why are you so awesome now? Zhu Jingdao looked back at Meng Yu, then turned back again, closed his eyes in pain. The only word in his mind was regret. Xiao Meng, you have the final say on how to solve this problem. Gao Qiang turned around and said casually. The other young men kept fiddling with their hands in front of their bodies, standing like minions, not daring to even fart. Meng Yu glanced at his parents who were still in a daze, walked over and pulled Liang Dao aside, and asked in a low voice, What's the situation? Do you know each other? Liang Dao suppressed his laughter and said, Who the hell knows this dog Lan? You are insulting me. Then how do you know his name? Meng Yu asked puzzledly. You mean that little dog Lan? He's just a henchman under Li Bin. Shit, not even a henchman. Sometimes when Li Bin's brother gets beaten up at school, he sends this guy to scare the kids. Half a year ago, this little dog Lan said someone in his family was sick, so he borrowed 8,000 yuan from Li Bin. Hey, he ran away 2 months later. I was so angry with Li Bin that I drank with him later. He even said that if I caught the basket, all 3 legs would be broken. Who is Li Bin? Meng Yu frowned slightly. Binzi? Liang Dao waved his hand. One of Shusong's apprentices. He studied fighting with Shusong in the fighting gym for half a year. Now he's looking after the place at the U Metropolis bar. Meng Yu widened his eyes, looked at Zhu Jingdao, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. So this guy is Gao Qiang's brother's younger brother? Tell me what to do. I've called Li Bin and he'll be here soon. Meng Yu thought for a moment, then returned to the stall and said to Zhu Jingdao, The stall has been overturned, and many toys are broken. How about this, I won't blackmail you, you just have to pay for these toys at the price. Dad, how much is the total for the toys tonight? Meng Mingliang was still in a daze until Meng Yu used his shoulder to carry him. He came back to his senses, lowered his head to count, and said quickly, The total cost is more than 200 yuan, just give me 200. Gao Qiang pinched Zhu Jingdao's neck and said, I heard it. It's about 200 yuan. If you sell it, you can get at least 400 yuan. Take 500 yuan. Meng Mingliang was completely stunned. He looked at Meng Yu and then at Gao Qiang. Is there any way to settle accounts this way? Hurry up. Liang Dao kicked him. Zhu Jingdao took out money from his pocket tremblingly, gathered a total of 500 yuan, and handed it to Meng Mingliang with both hands. Meng Mingliang also hurriedly took it with both hands. Thank you. Gao Qiong grabbed Zhu Jingdao by the collar behind his neck and pulled him forward. Apologize, say sorry. Sorry. Louder. Sorry. Liang Dao kicked him and said, didn't your teacher tell you to bow when you apologize? Zhu Jingdao bowed 90 degrees and said, I'm sorry. It's okay, kid. Meng Mingliang said hurriedly. Meng Yu picked up a bunch of toys and handed them to Zhu Zheng, saying, we are reasonable. If you pay, the toys are yours. Return all the booth fees you collected these days. Zhu Jingdao nodded and went to each stall one by one to pay the stall fees. The people setting up stalls started clapping at the same time. They were all older people, and they took the initiative to come forward and talk to Meng Mingliang. Brother, your son is not raised in vain. He can really help you settle things at the critical moment. Brother, your son is really great. He got rid of the bad apple. Brother, your stall will be the first one from now on. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long these little bastards would have to torment us. I thought they were real urban management officers, but it turns out they were fake. Brother, come tomorrow, we will definitely reserve the booth at the entrance for you. Meng Mingliang touched his chin and said awkwardly, how can I be so embarrassed? It's okay, we all support it. Don't you agree? Yes. Big brother, don't be so modest. From now on, it will be first come first served. There will be no booth fees, but your booth must have an entrance for you. Meng Yu smiled secretly in his heart, his goal was achieved. Why should Zhu Jingdao pay back the stall fee? He is not a righteous person. On the contrary, he thinks that these people are not united enough. They stand idly by when others are bullied, and they think they deserve to be bullied. It's a pity that my parents still have to set up a stall here. Let Zhu Jingdao pay back everyone's money. Everyone will benefit from Meng Yu and will naturally be more respectful to Meng Mingliang. Just when Meng Mingliang was still surrounded by the crowd, a familiar voice suddenly came. Meng Yu, thank you for helping me vent my anger. Meng Yu turned around and found that Yu Siyu had come to his side at some point, with her head lowered and her face slightly red.